Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Prescott for the first round of the British Hillclimb Championship. First of 30 rounds this year, and it's great that Prescott is kicking off the season. Welcome if you're here in person, welcome if you're watching this on live stream. We've had some delays this morning, all sorts of things tend to happen, with the result that a couple of classes of the people who are only competing today are not going to get a second practice run, so when they appear they will be doing their first timed competition run. But in the meantime we've got to finish the practice for our Class L, which is racing cars over 2 litres. So if you're watching online, you're about to see really the cream of British hill climbing, and when they come to the start I'll be able to tell you who they are. My name's Chris Druitt, and I'm looking forward to a season of amazing competitive hill climbing. For those of you who haven't seen Prescott before, either in person or online, I'll just explain how the track works out. As you can see, if you're watching online, we're near the town of Cheltenham, the city of Gloucester, in what's known as the Cotswolds, a range of very beautiful hills in the West Midlands in the UK. And on the screen is a map of the track. You can see after the start a curving left-hander called Orchard Bend, which is a very demanding and fast bend. Cars go under the bridge, and we've got a speed trap just after the bridge. Quick cars are doing 110 miles an hour there, and then sweeping round Orchard into Ettores right-hand hairpin, which was introduced to Prescott in, when was it, 1959, I think, whereas previously, after Orchard, the track turned right. You could just see where the original track is, going up to Pardon hairpin, left-hand hairpin at Pardon, then all the way along the top, midway, sweeping left, sweeping right, and then into the S's, which are a very challenging left, right, and then a bit of a short straight up to a semicircle, and the semicircle has a drop-off on the outside of it, so it looks a bit daunting, particularly when you're driving. You think, oh crikey, we're going to go off the cliff, but actually people do go off there. I've done it myself, and usually without any harm, and then a very quick burst of power up to the finish. And we do have a return road, so you won't see cars coming back down the hill. Here's a view of the track from Ettores towards Pardon, where that Mini is about to take the left-hand hairpin at Pardon. And with a bit of downhill, cars are going very quickly down and then applying heavy braking for Pardon hairpin. Lots of arguments about the best way of taking Pardon. Famous hill climber Roy Lane used to say he found the best course around Pardon was about 1 metre in from the left-hand verge, but there are all sorts of different views. Some people go zooming around the outside, and some people get it wrong and go into the gravel, into the kitty litter there. Then the Mini is left of the S's and up into semicircle. Long 180-degree right-hander, and then up to the finish. We had a fantastic championship round here at the end of the season last year, when the record finally fell to Wallace Mingus with a fantastic time of 34.65. So that's the current record. Not today, sure that today and tomorrow will be good record-breaking weather. It's cool, which is good for the engine, but it's cool, which is not so good for the tyres. But we'll see. we'll see how it goes. We're looking at the side gate back into the paddock. Sometimes cars fail on the hill and don't have to go all the way back to the start line. They get ushered through that gate and back into the paddock. Yeah, let's do that. Here's Wallace Minge's record-breaking run towards the end of last year in the Gould GR59. Watch Wallace amazingly controlled start off the line. .3 litre IndyCar engine, and through the speed trap, heavy braking for Torres, just exactly the right line round Torres. You take a very late apex there, hugging the inside verge at Pardon. You may think this is speeded up, but it's not. This is the actual speed that Wallace was achieving in that record-breaking climb. 34.56 seconds. Incredible. Beg your pardon, 34.65. Well-deserved applause to that incredible run. It was the climax, actually, of an incredible meeting with very closely matched competitors for maximum points in the Hillclimb Championship round. Now we're back to today with red flags. We've got rather a strong easterly wind, which is taking the warmth out of the day, and lining up on the pre-start line is Paul Hames, who finished up last year's championship in 7th place, so he proudly carries the number 7 number on his car, and his car really epitomizes state-of-the-art in modern hill climbing. The featherweight Gould GR59, it's light but it's incredibly strong. It's unusual in that the carbon fiber tub is one piece all the way from the front to the back. In other words, it doesn't have different panels at the top, and if you want to work on the engine, you go in from underneath, but it makes it immensely strong. And interestingly enough, the tub, although it's one piece, it's actually 3 different specifications of carbon fiber depending on the job it has to do, i.e. the nose cone is got a carbon fiber that can cope with frontal impacts, whereas the center part surrounding the driver is strong to protect the driver, and then at the back is the back end of the tub, which is, of course, is facing a lot of heat, so it's coping with that. The engine in this car is a 1300 Hayabusa, Suzuki Hayabusa bike engine, but it produces 450 or so horsepower, and you think, how on earth do you get 450 horsepower out of 1300cc? Well, you do it with turbocharging and a very advanced electronic system to control the turbo lag. We have another speed trap 64 feet from the start line, and for the 3 people worldwide who don't know what that's for, 64 feet from 0 to 64 feet in 2 seconds relates to exactly 1 g, 1 force of gravity of acceleration, which is a sort of power time for the first 64 feet, and a number of these guys get there in 1.8, 1.9 seconds, which is immensely quick acceleration. It's not dragster style, but it's very quick, and cars are doing nearly 100 miles an hour before they get to the bridge. Let's see how Paul gets on. Beautifully controlled start, minimum of wheel spin. Do we pick up the speed? 105 miles an hour under bridge. And the late apex, bit of downhill from Ettores up to Pardon, heavy braking. And Paul excellently round Pardon, rushes into the S's, the last bit of which is known as Tom Rote corner, in honour of the great engineer and author Tom Rote. Time for Paul, 39.4. It's practice, don't forget. These guys are having their second practice run today. And Paul Hames is followed by Lynn Owen, Mrs. OMS, with Steve. They've built hundreds, well, I think well over 100 specialist cars for hill climbing, both with space frames and more recently, of course, with carbon fibre tubs. Lynn, 71 miles an hour under bridge. Don't forget it's practice, so there's no point in going crazy. And Lynn's into and round semicircle with a time of 46.84. She's followed by Bernard Kevill in another OMS 28, similar tub to Lynn's, but this one powered by the V8 TKD engine. I think it was the first one that Terry Davis made, and he builds them by combining two blocks and heads from motorcycles onto a common crankcase. They're brilliantly engineered, and it makes for a very lightweight and powerful engine that's easy to run. And Bernard heads for the finish line. It's a 45.17. Next up is Anthony Hunt in the Gould, an earlier Gould, the DJ 55, and it was a similar car to this, although it was a 61, slightly modified version of this, with which Scott Moran won six Hillclimb Championships. Anthony Hunt we haven't seen on the hills for some time. Good to see them back. He stalled getting it off the line, but it fortunately the rear wheels didn't cross the start line, so he's allowed to be wheeled back and have another go. So this car has another Cosworth XD engine. That's the 2.65 litre IndyCar engine. 72 at bridge. Anthony's feeling his way back into hill climbing, so sensibly taking it pretty easy at the moment. These are the cars that Nicholls and McLaren, these are the engines that Nicholls and McLaren and Cosworth built for IndyCar, where they were turbocharged and running on methanol and could produce something like 1,000 horsepower, but without methanol, without turbocharging, they're producing about 700. Next up is Matthew Ryder, who is sharing Sean Gould's car from last year with Will Hall. And Matthew has made a step up in engine capacity. He's an extremely good and experienced young driver. He's in his mid-20s, 100 miles an hour, and almost overcooked it at orchard, but gathered it all together. And it's going to be a really interesting season-long battle between Matthew and Will for supremacy in this car. They'll be fighting to get first place in the British Hillclimb Championship runoffs that take place throughout the season. Matthew into semicircle, 39.96, under 40 seconds, that's fine. And he's followed by Graham Wynne, who this year, as last year, is sharing Graham's GR59 Gould with Scott Moran, 6 times Hillclimb champion. Graham is getting on a bit. He's 72 now, I think, so he's really enjoying sharing the car with Scotty, and they're learning a lot as they develop this car. It's taken a lot of work to get the handling right, but they're getting there. So Will Graham would be under 40 seconds. Not quite, 40.58. Lindsay Summers. This is her car, and she shares it with Alex Summers, who was Hillclimb champion a few years ago. Brilliant, they're both brilliant drivers. It's the DJ Firestorm, produced by Del Quigley's company, DJ. Again, using a Cosworth XD, producing 550, 600 horsepower. And Lindsay 4505 is followed by Paul Crute, another OMS 28, similar to the one that Lynn is driving, but this one with a 3-litre V6 Jaguar engine, like the engine that powered the Jaguar S-Type and X-Type, but developed. It's not as powerful as a pure racing engine, but Paul has a lot of fun with it. Makes the right noise as well. He's followed by Jack Cottrell in a DJ Delara. It's mostly DJ, but Delara front end of the tub, but again powered by Cosworth IndyCar engine, 650cc, and Jack, well, we saw this car I think come out the year before last, just had a few runs, but did a full season last year, and gradually climbing up the leaderboard in this car. It's potentially extremely quick, and Jack's getting better and better. He's followed by Paul Alexander in a Force with the little 1300cc Hayabusa engine. So again, rather like Paul Hames's Gould GR59, state of the art, very lightweight, 400 kilos or so of car and about 400 horsepower. So power to weight ratio is fantastic. On the line, Steve Owen. We saw Lynn in this car just now. This has got a V8 PowerTech engine, RPE engine. That's Radical, part of the Radical group. Not the ultimate in power, but a nice torquey engine and easy to run. So engine, gearbox, tyres nicely warmed up for Steve. Heavy braking, slight front wheel locking on the way into S's. And now heads for the finish, 42.25. Time for Paul Alexander, 46.83. Jack Cottrell, 41.4. Here's 176, which is Bernard Kevill. I think actually it's Simon Andrews, unless it was because it was Bernard we saw before. Wait a minute. It's 876, I think. Yeah, it's 876, which means it's Simon Andrews who's sharing this OMS 28 with Bernard Kevill, and as I said before, powered by the first of Terry Davis's TKD engines, built up from 2 motorcycle blocks and heads. This one, I think, was the first one that Terry built. They're not going to be challenging for the class win. They're both, Simon and Andrews, of a certain age and lots of experience, but having fun and really enjoying it. On the line, David Uren. Car is now black, it was red, and he shares it with Nicola Mingis, but she's not here. She's looking after the kids today. But this is the Gould GR55, with which Martin Groves held a long-standing Chelsea Walsh record for many years, and it only got broken last year. But David, in this elderly car, it's 12-15 years old, is very competitive and very quick. Will he be under 40 seconds? He might just. He is indeed 38.78, and he's followed by 3 times Hillclimb champion Trevor Willis in the OMS 28 with the PowerTech engine that he has campaigned for a long time. This is the car with which he won the Hillclimb Championship 3 times. So it's getting on a bit, but Trevor hasn't lost any of his considerable skill. But he's up against cars with 600 or 700 horsepower, and the PowerTech I think is producing 500, 550 perhaps. But anyway, it's a 38.1. Terry Graves back in the DJ55. He's sharing with Anthony Hunt. And I think both of them are feeling their way, getting back into the swing of driving this very, very potentially rapid car. No point in going crazy in practice. Just get the hang of the car, get the feel of it, get used to it. And of course we don't have tyre warmers in hill climbing, so they're starting the run with cold tyres, which doesn't make life easy at all. Here's Scott Moran on the line. Number 4, he was 4th in the Hillclimb Championship last year. They're still sorting out the handling of this car with its 4-litre Judd engine designed for 24 hours of Le Mans, so a half mile or a mile hill climb doesn't really do the engine a lot of wear. Now Scott through the bridge speed trap at 101. So I would expect Scotty to be in the mid-30s, 36-ish or so. And when it's a run-off run, often these guys have got their best set of tyres to slap on. 38.13 for Scott Moran. Here's Alex Summers, 2nd in the Hillclimb Championship last year in the amazing DJ Firestorm. 109, that's the quickest we've seen today under the bridge. Alex, brilliant driver, development engineer for Aston Martin, doing all sorts of interesting projects for Aston Martin, not for the Formula 1 team, but for the road cars. Immaculate line through the S's and round semicircle. It'll be in the 36s, I would think. It is 36.57 for Alex. And on the line, our champion, Wallace Mingies, Tillicoultry Quarries from up in Scotland. Beautifully controlled start, 2.23. The track is pretty cold. We haven't got the grip of a hot day. Nevertheless, Wallace cruises under the bridge at 96, if you can call it cruising. Just getting the feel for the track, which is of course pretty green after the winter, which means it needs rubbering in, if you like, to get maximum grip. So we probably won't see records being threatened today or tomorrow. But it's a 37.35. If you want to buy a Hillclimb car, Tim Davis, in the car that he used to share with Billy Morris, the Pilbeam MP 88 is for sale. Sadly, Billy is not at all well. He's a great hill climber for many years, competed with me in the 2-litre class back in the late 80s, early 90s, and I think he was still competing last year, but maybe it was the year before, sharing this car with Tim. And we're hoping that Billy will be joining us here tomorrow, which would be great. Tim, 43.92. Here's a change of scenery. This is Hayden Spedding. Now, is this a practice run, or are we into the first of our competition classes? I think this is a practice run for Hayden Spedding in the much, much modified E-Type, which we've seen for many years. He's being followed by young Tom Weaver, who has leapt out of the Formula Ford class, which he starred in last year, particularly at the Masters Championship down in Portugal. And Tom's got a 1-litre OMS Hornet, so he'll be getting used to that. It's a different kettle of fish altogether from a Formula Ford, which of course they run on road tyres, don't have slicks, don't have wings. But he's going well. .49.5 for Tom. And up to the line comes Will Hall, who you will remember. You'll remember for all sorts of things, but you'll remember he's sharing Sean Gould's Gould GR59 with Matthew Ryder. Will, of course, competed for many years in the Force with its APR engine. Had a great deal of difficulty getting it all chiming in. It was a nightmare to get off the line. So he's really enjoying the low-down grunt of this 4-litre Judd engine. 100 miles an hour under bridge. Will is an extremely neat, tidy, experienced and quick driver. I've lost the time that Matthew did, but this is, remember, is practice, so they're not really going flat out. It's just getting the feel of the car. It's new to them both. Poor old Sean did his shoulder no good at all when he crashed this car down at the Masters event down in Portugal at the end of last season. Car's been nicely rebuilt, but Sean's shoulder hasn't been, or isn't yet, so he's taking a year off. Off the line comes Richard George in the lovely Chevron B19 that he and his daughter Amanda have campaigned for, must be 20 years or so. Lovely ex-Eggenberger Swiss chevron driven by the likes of Joe Siffert with its modified Cosworth FVC engine. Predecessor to the famous, well-known Cosworth BDG engine, which was belt driven. This is gear driven. So Richard heads for the finish. He's followed, we didn't see him on start, Chris Bentley Jones in the BT35 Brabham. Here he goes. They're such pretty cars, these early Formula 2, Formula 3 Brabhams. This one with a 1600 engine. Now look at this. This is Rupert Marks in the McLaren M12 Can-Am car, which indeed did race in Can-Am for a team called Spirit of Edmonton, which was financed by the Edmonton City Council. Hint, hint, Tewkesbury Borough Council. But Rupert used to drive this from where he lives over in East Anglia to the meetings, including through the centre of London, but he has wisely decided the time has come to put it on a trailer. 50.13 for Rupert Marks. He's followed by Andy Tippett in the BT30X Brabham with its 3.5 litre Oldsmobile engine, predecessor or inspiration for the Rover 3.5 litre V8 that's powered so many cars almost up until a couple of years ago, before Range Rovers took the BMW engine. And Andy records a 48.21. Joe McCrell in an unusual car, the Tigger S Super Ford 83, Formula Super Ford, which did allow slicks and wings with its unusually 1600cc Peugeot engine. Joe McCrell shares this with Robin Johnson. He's followed by Richard Brown, long-time hill climber, held the record at Shelsley for quite a while in a big pill beam, but at this meeting he and his son Tom are driving Malak Mark 17s. Tom's has just been acquired from France. It's got a pushrod engine but on fuel injection, so it's going to have to go on to carburetors. But it'll be an interesting family battle. I think they've got a £5 bet on each run, so who's going to go home with the winnings? We shall see. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. When I said it was the end of practice, I was wrong, because here's Amanda George sharing this lovely Chevron B19 with her father Richard. They're usually very closely matched. So Amanda nicely off the line, 2.47 for the first 64 feet and a speed of 65 under bridge. Chevrons have increased in value so much that if Richard and Amanda decided to sell this car, which I don't think they will probably recover all their hill climbing costs for the last 20 years. She completes her climb in 48.95. I can't see anybody else queuing up for practice, so we'll be into our competition runs very soon. So we're now starting our competition runs, and we've got cars competing in the New Barn B Licence Championship. New Barn, local fettler of Land Rovers, Range Rovers, etc. And B Licence, how that works is that when you first apply for a hill climb speed licence, you get what's called a B licence, which limits you to certain meetings. And you need to get 6 signatures from the clerk of the course at the end of the meeting, and when you've got your 6, you can, if you want to, apply for an A licence. But lots of people are very happy to just enjoy hill climbing with a B licence. On the hill at the moment, the Ford Fiesta of Colin Davis. And these guys are competing today only, not tomorrow. Colin is heading for the finish. He's followed by Maggie Richards in a Clio RS. and he'll be in the late 50s. It's a 57.45. How does Maggie get on? She's into Pardon in a fairly new looking Renault Clio RS200 with a 2-litre engine. Well, it's new looking, but it's on a 10 plate, which means it's 12 years old. But it's a great way to start hill climbing with a hot hatch. So Maggie finishes, it's a 59.73. We've got a Porsche on the line. It's Steve Cooper's 924 Turbo, which is a pretty rare car. Lots of 924s, not many survive, but lots of them, very few of them actually were turbocharged. So it's a valuable car. The 924 was a slightly underrated car, mostly because the engine it shared with an Audi van, but it always had beautiful road holding and sold in great numbers. So for Porsche it was a great success. Effectively their first front engine car. Steve Cooper is followed by Mike Tower in 2-litre Mini Cooper. Is it a Cooper S? It is. You can tell by the air intake above the bonnet badge. And the Porsche is heading for the finish, which it crosses at 53.79. So on the hill at the moment, Mike Tower and George Tower are guest brothers. I'm not sure if it's father-son. I'll find out. But this is George rounding Orchard. Meanwhile, Mike is pretty near the finish in the Mini Cooper S. His time is 56.68. Off the line comes Sam Wilamowski in the BMW 318i, but much modified, I think. George Tower in the Fiesta is heading for the finish. And here's Wilamowski in the BMW on his way to Pardon. Interesting car on the line, you'll see fairly soon. Here it is, it's Peter Baker, who's a great competitor, author, poster on Facebook in the Daimler Conquest. Whoops, that's okay. No, go back, Peter, don't cross the line and you'll get another start. I think this is called Doris, and I think Peter competed in Doris in the classic Monaco Rally a couple of years ago. I could be wrong, but it's a very stately carriage dating from what, about 1951-2? The program says that the Daimler Conquest has a 1-litre engine, but I'm not sure that's right. So here comes Peter. I think it has a pre-selector gearbox and a fluid flywheel. That will mean a lot to about 3 of our listeners. But a pre-selected gearbox meant that you had a column change, you selected the next gear that you wanted, and the left-hand pedal was a gear change pedal, but you could also use it as a clutch for getting off the line. i.e., you selected your next gear and then just dipped the left-hand pedal and the thing changed gear all by itself. going well. It rolls a bit, but that's what they're supposed to do. In fact, I think Peter's tied the suspension down a bit. So he's up to semicircle. He's followed by Tim Stokes in another really useful little hot hatch, the Suzuki Swift Sport. Sold in quite good numbers and was well received by all the road testers in the various comic magazines in this country. Do we have a time for Peter Baker? We do. 78.28. Might well be in the running for the wooden spoon of slowest time of day. Meanwhile, we've got Martin Rawson in the Mark III Toyota MR2, mid-engined, sold well. Only handicap with the little MR2 is that it's got virtually no luggage room whatsoever, but it's a fun car to chuck around. Time 58.5. Peter Howard Cooper in a Rover 200 BRM. This was the BRM version of the little Rover saloon. You've got quilted seats in red, and you've got the orange air intake under the number plate, reminiscent of the works BRMs in the mid to late 60s. So Martin Rawson in the Suzuki 58.5, 63.65 is the time for the Rover BRM. And if you want to see and hear a V16 BRM up a hill, be at Shelsley Walsh for Classic Nostalgia in July, where the Owen family are organising a display of a number of BRMs, Formula One, Can-Am, and it includes the incredible recreation of the original Mark I BRM. Built by Hall & Hall for the Owen family, 35,000 parts had to be machined and manufactured. It was launched at Goodwood Revival the end of last year and was a major sensation. We're watching Oliver Meek in another Ford Fiesta ST, again a hot hatch that's had rave reviews from the motoring press right from the time it was launched. And he's followed by the MX-5 Mazda, the world's best-selling sports car ever, and well deserved because it's a brilliant little car, inspired, we think, by the Lotus Elan, but sold in considerably more numbers, greater numbers than the Elan was. Behind the Mazda comes Will Goff in the lovely Alfa Romeo 4C. Isn't it pretty? And with the 2-litre all-aluminium Alfa Romeo engine. Sadly, it didn't sell terribly well and is no longer made. One of the problems with the 4C, beautiful as it is and effective as it is, was that it was criticised for having rather wayward handling. And the silly thing is that a very simple adjustment to the front suspension, which was developed in this country, was never adopted by Alfa Romeo, and that was a great pity. We saw the 924 turbo Porsche just now, and this is Paul Renison in the successor to the 924, the 944, which had Porsche's own 3-litre straight 4 engine, quite a big 4-cylinder, but with a balancer shaft, so it was very smooth. And the 944, again like the 924, had excellent road holding. The last version was called the 968. You might remember had pop-up headlights, and that was well renowned as having the best handling of any Porsche. It brings us to Caterham's with the 1600C Super 7 of Andrew Willcox. I'm trying to remember when the first Lotus 7 appeared. It must have been in the late 50s. And then Caterham took over the manufacture, marketing and sales from Colin Chapman, but just reminds us how long Lotus Caterham 7s have been on the market. And it's a recipe that Westfield was inspired by, but neither Caterham nor Westfield have really had success with a more modern version of this car. He finishes with a 53.22 and is followed by another MX-5, this one in the hands of Steve Perry. So Steve Perry with the Mazda through the S's. And he's followed by the very rapid 3.4 litre Porsche Cayman S in the hands of Allan Macfarlane. Took off the line like a rocket. I think it's quite modified, but many people, me included, regard the Cayman as probably the best looking Porsche of all so far. Mid-engine, of course, rather than the rear engine hanging out the back of the 911. Simon Dudfield in his Lotus Elise. I think with the 1800cc engine, that will be the Rover K series engine, and the Elise running with its detachable hardtop in place, as opposed to the Exige, which had its fixed hardtop and was a much more raucous beast. Lotus Elise sadly out of production, but its successor, the Emira, which was launched at Goodwood last year, is a spectacular and beautiful car that has again been praised to the skies by any journalist that has run it. Although so far I think they've only been allowed to test it at the test circuit at Hethel in Norfolk. I don't think I've seen a road test out on the open road. We talked Lotus Elan when referring to the MX-5 just now. Here's a lovely example in the hands of David Rose. The original Elan, of course, had these vacuum-powered pop-up headlights, but David's had the sense to modify that and have the fixed headlights. The pop-up ones, well, one of them tended not to pop up when you wanted it to. MX-5 again, Noel Waugh in his slightly later version from 2003, with a nicely fitting hood, sensibly erected for aerodynamic purposes, you understand. Slides the MX-5 through Tom Roke corner, and he's followed by Chris Dew in pretty much standard, I think, Mini Cooper 1275, 1999 that is, I think, V, coming to the end of Isigonis Mini production, when they were called Rover Minis, weren't they? Nice to see that the surviving minis, the ones that haven't been eaten away by the dreaded tin worm, are rising in value all the time and becoming collectible. Here's Steve Sims' Renault Clio 172, again a 2-litre car, but an earlier one. They gradually got bigger numbers from 172 to 192. Basically they all had the same engine and were swift little hot hatches. This is Ben Wilamowski. Remember the previous one, the red one, in the hands of brother, father or son, I'm not sure which. But again, a 318 BMW, the E30 generation, which I think was, the E30 was that to mid-80s. This is Chris D's Mini Cooper S, 2007 car. Even the Mini of the BMW era looks tiny, but compared with the original, the Sigonis Mini, it's enormous. Christie over the line, 52.92. Rob Guttridge rounding Orchard in a later Clio. French racing colours, French blue with white stripes. I don't know if Rob is a newcomer to Prescott, but sensibly he's taking it pretty cautiously as he learns the hill. Richard Durrant, MX-5. Early one. The first MX-5 in this country was, I think, 1989. Ken Williamson's Mini Cooper. Richard Durrant has finished with a 62.42 in the MX-5. And we saw the Rover 25 BRM. This is the ZR, which followed on, and it was a swift little car, as was the booted version, the ZS, particularly when fitted with the V6 engine. But again, these have, I think, pretty well reached the bottom of the depreciation curve, and those that remain are climbing back up again in value. They're nice, they were well-made little cars and nice to drive. This is Ford Fiesta ST2 of Sarah Davis. David Roberts' time 64.81, and she, I think, is the last runner in the first run for the New Barn B Licence Championship runners. And what it brings us to is a feast for the eyes in the shape of Ferraris. Kicked off by Anthony Attwood in the Bertone-bodied GT4 Ferrari Dino, which was a kind of 2+2, two tiny seats for legless children at the back. But it was the first Dino to have a V8 engine. The previous Dino had the V6. And lots of people didn't really admire the GT4 very much compared with the 246 Dino because they said it wasn't very pretty. But it was an effective car. Oh dear, it's less effective now. Oh, that's bad luck. Anthony Attwood charges the barrier on the entry to S's, got wild understeer and locked, I think, its front brakes, and so charged straight on. But it was an effective car. Oh dear. Yeah, it's near side left now. Oh, that's bad luck. Locked up. Anthony Attwood and he charges a passenger into the Armco. So a bit of damage to the front right corner. Peter Hughes, if you're here and would like to have a go on the microphone, you'd be very welcome to join me in the commentator cubicle by the start line. Motorworks Media, watching from Toronto, Canada, cheering for Team Tilly Coultry. Well, thanks for that. You might be interested in the Pilbeam MP92, I beg your pardon, in the Can-Am McLaren that was sponsored by Spirit of Edmonton in Canada. So if Toronto want to sponsor a Hillclimb car, they're very welcome to. Chris Gruber, love from Germany. Danke, Chris. Sehr nett von Ihnen. I love these British Hillclimb tracks, don't we all? Very different from European hill climbing. Tom Riedinger, who often contacts us, hello from Munster in France. Thank tout for the direct. Merci. Tom Rent, start of the German Hillclimb Championship in Schott will take place this weekend. Unfortunately, there's no live stream, but then I'll just watch yours. Good choice, Tom. Danke. The camera work is great on these productions. Are you listening, Steve? But most impressive is that the sound mixing is just right. Soylent Green New Deal. Well, compliments coming thick and fast. Thank you. Was the Firestorm black last season? Yeah, I think it was bare carbon fiber, wasn't it? But it looks good in blue and white now. Sunny Scotland. Well, you're luckier than us, Ramsey Racing. Good afternoon, watching from a sunny Scotland. Please, wherever you are, please keep the comments coming. Adrian Passman, good afternoon. Another place sunny. It's not fair. Good afternoon from sunny Jersey. Lovely island. Thank you, Adrian. Bright and breezy here at Prescott. Tell me about it, Simon. I gather you're out in the breeze with a beer. For people of a certain age like me, it is almost incredible that we have got people watching us and listening to us all around the world, and we love hearing from you. if you're miles away. Yep, British Hillclimb Championship starts its 75th anniversary year at Prescott. For those that can't be there, watch the live broadcast. Well, to read that, you must be. Yeah, the first, 1947, the first running of the British Hillclimb Championship at Bo'ness in Scotland, and going strong ever since. Interrupted since then only by the rotten COVID-19. So 2020, we weren't able to run a Hillclimb Championship. So that poor Ferrari is going to have to be Tonka-toyed out of the barrier, possibly bodywork pushed back onto the front tyre. Let's have a word with Will Hall, who will tell us all about sharing the Gould. Will Hall, a big change for you this year, sharing Sean Gould's Gould with Matthew Ryder. Is it a big learning experience, or is it much easier to manage than the previous car?
Yes, very different all round. The engine's totally different, from a 4-cylinder turbo to now a Judd V8. The way the horsepower comes in as well is very different. And of course, I've never really driven a 4 single-seater in all my racing time. So of course, total different setup, total different car, so a lot to learn.
Is the handling more predictable?
Very good on the brakes and initial turning, where my car was very slightly loose on the back end. But we had it like that to make the turbo work, to spin the turbo up. So very different in driving styles, yes.
So much more grunt lower down, not so many gear changes?
Yes, a lot less gear changes. Horsepower, I think our old car had a bit more go in it, personally.
Oh, really?
Only 1%, but just slightly, yes. And I think we had a bit more mechanical grip, where this car's running more aero grip and so on, so yes.
And an engine designed for 24 hours of Le Mans just means a rebuild every 5 years?
Yeah. Not like the turbo engine, which was constantly apart, really, so yes. So.
And you've got a very young co-driver in Matthew, but he's a quick lad.
Yeah, very quick, a lot of experience. He's done a mixture of different cars and he's jumped into it, no problem at all.
So are you training him or is he training you?
He's training me, so yeah. I need to get rid of my bad habits. So yeah.
Well, all the best. I think you'll enjoy the season.
Yes, sir, all been well, so thank you. Thank you very much, thank you.
Let me tell you a little bit about the Pirelli Ferrari Hillclimb Championship. We're just waiting for the 308 to be moved out of the Armco. The championship started in 1987, so this is in fact its 35th year. Pirelli have sponsored it, I think, all the way through. And this is the second round of the championship. The first round was a sprint at Cadwell Park, which is a sort of mini Nürburgring up in Lincolnshire. And we've got 15 Ferraris here, or 15 drivers anyway, and that's the largest entry of Ferraris that we've seen at Prescott for some time. The present champion is David Snelson, who we'll be seeing shortly. He's been champion since 2017, but in 2019 he had to share the championship with Mike Spicer. That's only happened once that the championship has had to be shared. We've got other champions taking part today are Nick Taylor, and he's the present record holder in 48.65, and another previous champion is Phil Whitehead. Two new drivers joined the championship today. Steve Thompson had his first outing at Cadwell in the 488, and Steve Nunney is having his first competition event in his 348. Ferrari Owners Club is now celebrating 55 years. It started as part of the Bugatti Owners Club, and lots of combined events at Prescott 55 years ago. But pretty soon the Ferrari Owners Club branched off. But it still has a Ferrari handicap class at one or two of the meetings here at Prescott each year. Let's see what David Snelson, what does he drive? He drives an F430. So he was the current champion. Now is Mike Spicer here? I don't think Mike is entered. Previous champions are Nick Taylor. Nick Taylor drives a 430 Coupe. And Phil Whitehead, and Phil drives a 355 Berlinetta. Next up will be John Kennedy's Ferrari California, very elegant in black, exchange from red Ferraris. And as soon as the red flags come in, he will be on his way. I didn't hear you, Rich, but go ahead. Just while we're waiting for the track to be cleared, let's have a look at some highlights from this meeting last year. If you're watching here at Prescott, you won't be seeing this on the screen, but we're just watching, during this pause, we're just watching some highlights from the late September meeting last year. Apologies for the break in transmission. Let me give you some Ferrari times. John Kennedy did a 51.52. He's number 276. 277 John Shirley, 52.92. And then sadly Phil Whitehead has had an excursion. We'll give you more details later on. Nice message from Lucky Luke. HGV, see you tomorrow, guys. Yes, I'm sure you will. Meantime, we've got a bit of a pause because, as you saw, Phil Whitehead charged the recticel barrier at Ettores, and sadly that's immobilized the car. I think bodywork against the wheels, and we're going to have to spend a bit of time repairing the recticel. So we'll be back in action as soon as we can. Sam Walker, thanks for the message. Well, this is ultimate uni work procrastination content. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. I think it means a diversion from what he was supposed to be doing, which is doing his university work. Sorry about that. Jeremy, how are you? Rivers Fletcher, super commentary as usual. Thank you. I'll be there competing tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you in your spectacular car. Yes, that looks as if we've got a problem with the recticel, which does its job of protecting cars from charging into even harder objects, but it looks as if it's going to have to be replaced or repaired. It's been a day of delays, I'm afraid, but as I said, the first meeting at Prescott, often the track is very green, i.e. it's got hardened up over the winter and doesn't provide much grip. So a lot of our motorbikes were getting dislodged this morning as they discovered on cold tyres they just didn't have any grip. No harm done, I don't think. And we'll be seeing our motorcycles out later on. And then at the end of the afternoon, they have their top 10 runoff. Oh, poor Phil there. That's unfortunate. Straight into the barrier. So he's obviously okay and wanted to reverse out, but unfortunately the bodywork, as you can see, the left-hand front tyre is rubbing on the bodywork. So although it's not very damaged, it's the car's going to have to be recovered. That happened at Torres. That's the right-hand hairpin after the sweeping bend of Orchard. And it's very easy to get your braking wrong for Ettores. And the inevitable result, or almost inevitable result, is that you go charging through the kitty litter and into the barrier. A lot of debate over whether to have highly abrasive tarmac there rather than the gravel would stop cars quicker before they encountered the recticel. I'm not sure which comes out best, but at the moment the club has decided to keep the gravel there. John Kennedy still sitting patiently, well, fairly patiently, in the California T, which I think is convertible. It has a steel convertible roof that folds back into the boot. I think I'm right. I might go and ask him to give us a demo. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. Just a quick correction, of course, it wasn't Phil Whitehead in the 355 that went off, it was Mark Willoughby, number 279, in the 360 Spider. If you're here and have got a program, which I hope you have, I was just going to give you some corrections. I'll do it when this video is finished. Yeah, as I was saying, if you're here and you've got a program, there are a couple of changes to the classes and to the entry list. So if you want to make a note, please do. You've got time to grab a pencil or a pen. Number 37 is Christopher McDade in the Xenos E10S. He has been moved into Class B, so he's been regarded as a specialist production car rather than a road-going series production car. So that's number 37 is now Christopher McDade in Class B. If you were in the paddock before lunch, we had an unfortunate incident when poor Pete Tatham's OMS caught fire quite dramatically, and luckily it was extinguished pretty quickly, and Pete managed to get out without any harm as far as I know. But as a result, he is going to share with brother David, who is number 122, OMS Hornet, with a 1070cc engine. So what happens is that Peter puts number 170 on that car. I think I'm right. No, I beg your pardon. Pete puts number 122 on David's car, and David, who will also be driving it, will now be number 822. So number 122 will be Pete Tatham driving the David Tatham OMS 25 Hornet. David's driving it still, and his number will be 822. I hope that's as clear as mud. Do you remember I queried the engine in the very graceful Daimler being driven by Peter Baker, which is in the program as a 1 litre engine? I thought, no, it can't be 1 litre, that would be too much of a struggle. Well, it is. It's a 2.5 litre straight 6, which is more like it. But I think Peter's still in for the wooden spoon with a time of 78 point something or other. So when the track is cleared, which it is pretty much now, we'll be back in action soon with the rest of the Ferraris. Then we, I think, get the bikes having their first competition run, and then we go right through the classes from the beginning of the program with Class A1. Interestingly, in Class A1, The Lotus Elise, which is number 21, is being driven by Jonathan Langmead, and he lists his profession as professional golfer and former English champ. And he's now running a golf club in South Devon, Dawlish Warren. So if you want any help with correcting your hook or your slice, you need to find Jonathan alongside car number 29 in the paddock. I'm sure he'll put you right. Okay, up to the line does come Phil Whitehead in the 280, which is the 355 Berlinetta, which was the first of the V8 Ferraris with 5 valves per cylinder, which is a lot of valves in a V8. And Phil, of course, as I mentioned earlier, is a former champion. I don't know if I'm right, but it sounded to me as if it was misfiring slightly, but we'll see what the time is as we go. I don't have times on my screen at the moment, but luckily I've got another screen that I can use. Here they are, they're back on. Thanks, Richard. So 280 is either John Swift or Phil Whitehead. According to the programme, John Swift is in 281, so I think this is Phil Whitehead in the 355 Berlinetta. And on the line is 281, which is John Swift, and he's not in a 355 Berlinetta, unless this is Pauline. This is Pauline Goodwin. We've got a slight numbering problem, arguing between what we see on the screen and what's in the programme, but this is certainly a 328, and it's pretty much certainly Pauline Goodwin as well. So if that was John Swift earlier, it was a 59.81. 282 on the line is Peter Rogerson in the 360 Modena with paddle gear shift rather than the famous open gate of the manual gearbox of the Ferraris. How is Pauline getting on? She's, I guess, heading towards the semicircle. Here's Peter Rogerson in the Modena F1. Engine sizing gradually increased from the 3.2 of the 328 to the 3.6 of the 360. And Pauline has finished with a 57.56. The Ferraris are handicapped according to their times they've done at previous meetings here at Prescott. 283 is Martin Jones in another 360. It doesn't say F1, so I think that probably means it's got a manual gearbox. And he's followed by another 308 GTB in the hands of Brian Jackson. We'll see that pretty soon. Peter Rogerson has finished with a 62.11. Here's the 308 GTB, so it's even earlier, in the hands of Brian Jackson. Again, V8, 3-litre V8 in the back. Following him is Nick Taylor, we'll see very shortly in the 430, so here it is, another half a litre up on the 3 litres of the 308 GTB. Brian Jackson has finished with a 54.99. Here's Nick Taylor. And he's followed by Steve Nunney in the 348. Here it is. Got a reputation, very wayward handling when it was first launched in this country, but I think a lot of people have put 355 or modified the suspension to improve the handling. So this is Steve Nunney rounding Pardon, and into the S's, and he's followed by current champion David Snelson in his fearsome Ferrari F430. Here he is. Rocketed off the line, 2.74 seconds, 70 miles an hour under the bridge compared with Steve Nunny's 42 miles an hour. And on the line a lovely Ferrari 288, Steve Thompson's 488 GTB. Lovely controlled start. Meanwhile, David Snelson is the finish, 49.99. He'll be pleased to be under the 50-second mark. But quickest on scratch so far is Nick Taylor with the 48.84. Here's Steve Thompson. We're gradually coming up to date. This is the 488 GTB. Much more modern body design. Very attractive, very aerodynamic. There's 3:07. Says Mark Wibberley, but we had Mark Willoughby charging the Armco with 2:79. So unless he's entered two cars, maybe he's gone off into the paddock and got hold of his road car. But some things are inexplicable. But anyway, this is a very nice 360 Spider, apparently in the hands of Mark Wibberley. Time for Steve Thompson, 51.75. And Mark heading for the finish with a 57.45. And it brings us to our bikes. To be kicked off by Patrick Evans in the KTM, Austrian-built KTM. The KTM gradually doing better and better in MotoGP. I think they first entered MotoGP 3 years ago or so. But this is Patrick Evans in his KTM 244cc, 250 class he's running in. And we have the perennial argument between foot down or not foot down, and between long travel suspension versus short travel suspension. And I think in hill climbing, foot down and long travel is the way to go, but we'll see. He's followed by 313 Simon Wilson into the 350cc on his Yamaha RD350. See, that's short travel suspension and feet up all the way. So effectively road bikes rather than motocross bikes. We've got a time for Patrick Evans of 53.61. Oh, just rescued it. That's Simon Wilson on the Yamaha. Almost overcooked it into the left-hand of the start of the S's. Managed to heave it round at the last second and safely up towards the finish, but it's cost him 2 or 3 seconds, I think. 60.07. Followed by Mike Tilley on this Honda 280. Bit of a wheelie out of Ed Torres, but no harm done. And very quickly round Pardon. This I think will be a quick run on the 280cc Honda. Off the line comes Mick Lovelock on a 350cc KTM. And here's, I think, our oldest bike, John Bottomley's Velocet. Velocet, big maker of very rapid bikes. They were very competitive pre-war and into the 30s and into the 40s and 50s. But then, like so much of the British motorcycle industry, they faded away against the competition from Japan. Jamie Mitchell finished with a very quick time, 47.96. That was quick. Now, what's happened to the Velocet? I didn't see how it stopped, but it has stopped. And poor John Bottomley is struggling. Let's have a look at a replay. Japan. Jamie Mitchell. The engine gave up the ghost halfway round Pardon. I think probably they'll turn John Bottomley round and he'll coast back down the hill. So the following bike, which I think was Pat Dolan, has been red flagged and he'll go straight back down to the paddock. We've got Doug Parnell on the line in the 450 Yamaha. Doug is always quick, but that was an amazing run from Jamie Mitchell, 47.96. So Pat Dolan returns and will line up in 2 or 3 runs' time on the start line. The Velocet has coasted back down the hill. Let's hope it was nothing serious. It sounds as if the engine's running again. So maybe put the plug lead back on and off you go. On the line, 531 is Doug Parnell. Can he match the 47.96 of Jamie Mitchell? That would be pretty good. He's on the ZRF Yamaha. Nicely off the line. 2.45 is quick. Bikes are quick, of course they accelerate very quickly, but first 64 feet doesn't really match a proper racing car with, either 2 or 4 driven wheels and very sticky tyres. Let's see how Doug gets on. Pat Dolan on his way. We'll catch up with him soon. He's on another TM Racing 450, but meanwhile Doug Parnell, no, he's not going to match the time of Jamie Mitchell. Here's Pat Dolan between Ettore and Pardon. Late braking, almost too late braking, but gets around around Pardon okay. Quick gear shift or 2 on the way into the S's. Nice line through the S's. Doug Parnell finished with a 46.26. And Pat Dolan has done a quick time, 51.67. Behind them comes Richard Peaty on the 450 Husqvarna. Swedish bike, of course. And he's the long travel foot down brigade. A lot of these long travel suspension, they lock down the front suspension on the line, click it down to avoid doing a wheelie off the line, and then as soon as they're going above a certain speed, it unlocks itself and you get the full travel of the suspension. Here's Paul Jeffrey, 638cc KTM. followed by Guy Ursel, and they're proudly displaying the numbers from last year's championship, which means that Paul was third and Guy was eighth, and Paul's finished with a 49.51. And Guy with a 49.96, so pretty close. Off the line goes Neil Tamlin with a 600 Yamaha TTR. Does that mean TT replica? Don't know, but here he comes anyway into semicircle. How's the time clicking by? 48. Oh dear, he's dropped it. That's a shame. He's okay. Just damaged pride and a bit of a scrape by one of the footrests. Quickly turn the fuel off and then get help lifting it. They're heavy things. That's Neil Tamlin. Patiently waiting on the line is Mike Fiddler on a 650 Suzuki. Is it water cooled? I think maybe not, because he switched it off to avoid overheating it. And it's so easy for the thing just to slide away from you, and luckily we can't read his thoughts. They probably weren't very polite, but he's painted some interesting lines on the surface at Ettores. Family members often get worried when they see the ambulance arriving, but it's part of the drill. Whenever there's a spill, if you like, the rescue team comes just in case. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors, Footman James, have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. So this will be Neil wheeling his bike back. Not sure why he's not riding it. Okay, sorry for the delay. No harm done to Neil Tamlin. Not sure why he was forced to walk his bike back to the paddock rather than riding it back. But on the line we got Mike Fiddler. Mike on the 650 Suzuki. Red flags are in, so he'll be off, which he is. And a goodish start, 2.37 off the line, that's great. What's his speed through bridge? 53. Down a couple of gears, and the correct late apex at Torres. Up a gear, down a gear. Well round pardon. Obviously, so there was a slight slide, but he's really getting it round these rather tricky bends pretty well. He's followed by Chris Keates on a KTM 560. There he goes, and he was doing 61 a bit quicker under the bridge. Mike has finished with a 54.26. Chris safely past the autograph on the road from Neil. Hugs the inside verge at the apex of Harden. And Harvey Mills follows. We'll see him in a few seconds' time on again another KTM. KTM really did specialise up in Sweden on motocross bikes. It's a very big sport in Scandinavia. Nice close-up of Chris going round Ed Torres. A lot of the MotoGP riders would stick a leg out, wouldn't they, on the way into the bend, really for air braking and not putting their foot down. It was part of slowing the thing down. must confess to really enjoying watching MotoGP. There's so much action, particularly in terms of overtaking, something that hopefully in Formula One we'll get more of this year, but in previous years has been a fairly rare commodity. This is Tommy on the Team GV KTM into semicircle. We've got a time for Harvey Mills of 51.67. Can Tommy 48.6, good time, but still not down below the 47.99 of our leader. Ron King fairly gently round Pardon. Taking it sensibly, just feeling his way nicely through the S's. Less sensible is Stu Mills on his KTM. He's going really quickly. Where are we? Stu Mills heads towards the finish. It won't be under 50 seconds, it's just over 50.72. David Peat on board the KTM 800, or 796 to be precise, is in the S's. And he's followed by Alan Jolly, who has often starred in this competition. Lots of acceleration, lots of power, lifts the front wheel out of it, Torres. So there's plenty of power there in this 1 litre KTM. David Peat finishes with a 51.3. This is Alan Jolly, followed by Matthew Mogridge round Ed Torres. Alan not quite under 50 seconds, 50.65. Let's watch Matthew Mogridge, how he takes late entry into Pardon. Works quite well, lines it up to accelerate fast out of Pardon, and then attacking the S's with a degree of caution, sensibly. This is their first run, they get another run, so they've had an opportunity to see what the surface is like. This is interesting. Nigel Wheatley on board a BSA rocket. Must be one of the last of the bikes produced by BSA before it all went the way of British motorcycles, until Triumph came along and really recovered the motorcycle industry, producing a terrific range of bikes and very successful both in the home market and overseas. Norton made all sorts of comebacks but never really made it. And over the finishing line shortly will be Dave Norris on his KTM Duke, 53.75. We're still looking for somebody to get into or below the 47s. Here's Mark Williams. This is the first Honda we've seen, no, the second I think, but a 1 litre Honda. And Keith Cooper on the Yamaha. He was, is this Keith? No, it's Mark Williams. Keith Cooper has finished with a 66.15. This is Mark Williams again. And we're into our three-wheelers, our trikes, with brave passengers doing their acrobatics to try and keep their wheel on the ground. Mark Williams 56.47. This is John and Isaac Warren on the Suzuki, followed by Simon and Jane Foster on their well-known F2 Honda. Where are John, Isaac and Warren? They are getting nearer the finish, but let's watch Simon and Jane for the moment. Jane really hanging out as far as she can go, hoping that Simon will keep her clear of the trees on the inside of Pardon. Time is clicking by, has clicked by for John and Isaac Warren with a 52.81. So Simon and Jane are our last runners in the British Motorcycle Hillclimb Sprint Championship runners, and they record a good time of 51.36. Which brings us to our regular competitors in four wheels. And we go back to page 13 of your program, if you've got a program, into Class A1, road-going series production cars up to 2 litres. And we can see them emerging from the paddock, the first of them being the Renault Clio of David Garnett. So we've got Renault, we've got Peugeot 205, we've got Simon Curtin's Lotus Exige. Let's watch David off the line in this Clio. Is it a 172 or 192? 2005. Bit of front wheel spin, 2.91 for the first 64 feet, and a speed through the bridge of 61 miles an hour. And the majority of the runners in this class are competing in the Midland Hillclimb Championship, and one or two also in the British Hillclimb Cup, which runs at the meetings where we've got a British Hillclimb Championship round, and the British Hillclimb Championship Cup was the old Leaders Championship, which is based on class time. So if you win your class all the way through the year, even if you're in a mini, you can win the championship. Oh dear, that was David Wilson just skirting the kitty litter on the outside of Vittoria's, and sometimes that drags you into the Armco, but he got away with it. Peugeot 205, still regarded as one of the best of the hot hatches, certainly with a 1.9 litre engine, and the few that remain are increasing in value enormously year by year. So David Garnett finished with a 52.92 and David Wilson with a 54.76, and David has caused our hard-working marshals to get their brooms out and put the gravel back where it belongs. On the line, number 22 is Simon Curtin. He's a local lad from Malvern, and this is a Lotus Exige, the one with the fixed hard top and the much more powerful engine. And Simon was the Sunrise Championship winner of the Midland Automobile Club last year, in 2020, and in the Midland Hillclimb Championship last year he won his class. He's owned the car since 2007. It's his daily runner, But in the last 3 years it's been restored as a hill climb and sprint car and driven to each event on the road. So a well-used car, the Exige, quite rare, you don't see many of them around. And the argument is always, does it have a Rover engine or does it have a Toyota engine? This one I think will have a Rover, the K-Series engine. Which is a much maligned engine, but actually with good cylinder head gasket and a good supply of water, it didn't suffer the warped head problems that often it did in other cars. Now then, Robin Holden, Mazda Roadster, much modified MX-5, nice pretty wheels, roll cage in the car, maybe a fixed hardtop, but although the hardtop is detachable, lock up into Ed Torres, but fortunately took the brakes off and steered in, so he got round the corner okay. Time for Simon Curtin, have I given you? 51.26, good time. And rounding Ed Torres comes Robert Marwood in another early-ish Renault Clio. Time for Robin Holden, 52.49. And Simon Curtin, I think I've given you his time of 51.26. Let's watch the Renault. Well, we've got two Renaults to watch. This one is Dave Warner. And Robert Marwood has finished with a 49.54, so he'll be happy enough to be in the 40s. And this is Dave Warner in the S's. And a Mark II Golf GTI. That's an early-ish car, and it's James Hudson in a much modified, judging by the engine note, Golf GTI. But a time for Dave Warner in the Renault, 52.78. On the line, Isabella Lawrence. No, she's left the line. Isabella's well on her way, following the Golf. The Golf achieves a 51.6. Here's Isabella in the Renault Clio, and on the line, Jonathan Langmead in a Lotus Elise Mark II with a Toyota engine. No, is it a 1800cc? No, it's probably still a Rover engine. Isabella is nearing the finish in her Renault Clio and does so with a 57.03. Here's the Elise of Jonathan Langmead. Now, Jonathan is our professional golfer, the man to sort out your slice and hook. Enjoys the mental challenge of hill climbing competitively against competitive golf. Finishes with a 50.76. Ian Richards in yet another pale blue Renault Clio. This is now a 182, so it's got 10 more than the 172. And on the line we've got the 205 Peugeot again of the Wilson family, but we're watching online Ian Richards going through the S's in the Clio. He would love to be under the 52nd mark, but I don't think he will be. But this is a very rapid 205 GTI with a 1.9 litre engine. 53.08 for Ian Richards. Robert Wilson. David Wilson in this car did a 54.76, so it's a family battle. We'll get to see who does the washing up this evening. I think it might be David. Let's see. Robert, yeah, 50.8 takes the family prize for the moment. We've got a very fearsome Porsche Cayman off the line, but in the meantime we're watching John Armory in a 1600cc Mini Cooper S. There's the Cayman in the hands of Philip James. So we've got two Caymans competing here today. This one with a 3.8 litre engine, the previous one 3.4. Does that mean it's bored out to 3.8? I have a feeling it does. Although no, it's a GT4, isn't it? So I think as standard it has the 3.8 engine and a lot of 911 parts. I think I'm right in saying. He's followed by Rodney Isles, ex-sprint champion, in his very pretty Alfa Romeo 4C. Philip James has finished with a 51.4 in the Cayman. Let's see what the Alfa Romeo can do. It's a surprisingly big car. We think it's, you know, a small, dinky little thing like the Lotus Elise, but it's not. It's quite substantially wider. Simon Tarling, well-known competitor in his Porsche GT3. GT3 is usually the fastest standard road-going Porsche in the range. I said we only had two Caymans. I've just proved I'm wrong. A gold one has just left the line. We'll see very shortly in the hands of Tony Adams. Here it is. Goldy green, interesting colour. Simon Tarling in the Porsche has finished with a 52.42. Let's watch Tony in the Cayman. Looks as if it's pretty standard. But nice line through the S's using every inch available. And up to the line to record a 51.99. Peter Herbert back to a middle-aged Porsche 911 with a 3.6 litre engine. Very original body shape. Little ducktail at the back. Peter has been campaigning this car on the hills for quite a while. And another experienced competitor is John Maycock in his MX-5. And we have a time for Peter Herbert in the 911, 51.61. Interesting comparison with Tony Adams' Cayman. But in the meantime, John Maycock hustles the MX-5 through S's into semicircle, hugs the inside curb at semicircle and records a good time, very good time, of 48.62. Now what can David Meek do about that in the Vauxhall VX220 Turbo? VX220, of course, built up at Hethel by Lotus on a very similar tub to the standard Elise. I think it's a bit longer. And for many people, the VX220 is a better cruising car, more comfortable cruising car than the Elise. Now here's an interesting car. This is Chris McDade in the Xenos E10S, and I have to confess that I don't know a great deal, or what I know about Xenos could be written on the back of a very small postage stamp. I will do some paddock research and find out, because he'll be competing here tomorrow as well. So he's heading to the finish, to be followed by Chris Morgan in another Mini Cooper S. Lots of Hillclimb champions have started in the earlier classes, in a Mini or a hot hatch or a Caterham or a Westfield, and gradually progressed through the ranks until they end up with something powered by a 4-litre Judd engine and end up as Hillclimb champions. So it's a great way of starting your Hillclimb career, getting some experience on the hills. Now then, this is the famous Toyota GR Yaris in the hands of ex-Hillclimb champion Roger Moran, father of Scott Moran, and this car had a sensational reception in the press. Autocar still describe it as the best hot hatch ever, and I think there's an 18-month waiting list on these cars. I've got a friend who's got one, and he's been offered ridiculous money for it, but he's not tempted. James Dockery into the S's in his absolutely standard Subaru Impreza. This is his shopping car, so he gets back from the shops pretty quick. Ian Fido in another GR Toyota Yaris with the circuit pack, which means the suspension is tied down even tighter, and it probably had a lot of weight taken out of it. Roll cage fitted inside. Roger Moran in his Yaris 51.78. James Dockery, that was the, what was James Dockery? He was in the Super Impreza. He did a 50 seconds exactly. And we're watching Phil Fisher in his Impreza WRX. We've got a time for Ian Fido in the Toyota of 53.26. They're getting so popular, these little Toyotas. There's another one you'll see in a second or two. Meantime, we're focusing on Phil Fisher in his Impreza. Now here's Allan Mansfield in his Yaris. So you don't have to have them in white. And Ian Fido finished with a 53.26. Phil Fisher in the Subaru 57.39. Allan Mansfield on his way, as you can see. And we've got Samantha Lester coming along a bit later on in the Yaris that she is sharing with Roger Moran. Now then, into Class B, road-going specialist production cars, kicked off by Ray Law, well-known competitor, lecturer at Oxford University, in a Caterham Super Sprint. Looks as if, I might be wrong, it looks to me as if it's had a lick of paint over the winter, but I could well be wrong. He's followed by John Pick, an interesting car. The AMS Motaya is a kit car, but with Subaru Impreza mechanicals. In other words, flat 4 engine at the front, 4-wheel drive, Subaru suspension, but of course a much lighter body. Nice car. Time for Ray Law in the Caterham 49.52. That's a good time. Here's the AMS Motaya, John Pick. Nice road holding. Steers nicely. Don't see many of these in Tesco's car park. But it achieves a 50.81. Here's Jonathan Flesher in a 1-litre Caterham 7. That means it's got a bike engine, possibly a Honda Fireblade. It looks as if it's road registered, but not sure that I'd like to do a very long journey in it. But as a hill climb car, it's terrific, good fun. Twitches it through S's, slight slide on the way out, but no drama. And Jonathan records the 49.5, that's a good time. Peter Lethbridge in a fairly early, I think, Caterham 7. 1690cc, could well be a pushrod engine. Classic Caterham 7 of Peter Lethbridge. And just leaving the line, here it is, Anthony Shearman's Caterham 310L. That's a very quick version of the Caterham. Peter Lethbridge, good time, 53.2. What can Anthony Shearman do? And on the line, Jerry Neary, again, long-time competitor in the 2-litre Westfield with his Vauxhall engine. Anthony Shearman, 52.9. Jerry Neary nears to Pardon. On the line is number 56. Your program tells you it's a Westfield S8 in the hands of Anne Ballantyne, but it looks to me like a Lotus Exige, and it is, according to the screen now, and it's not Anne Ballantyne, is Robbie Birrell. And it's a very pretty car, lovely powder blue. Just a bit of gravel spreading at the exit to Ettores. But Jerry Neary has done a 52.02, and we've got a red flag. Now, why have we got a red flag? Yeah, I bet it's for sweeping the gravel at Ettores that Robbie has been kind enough to spread. This car's got the 3.5-litre V6 Toyota engine, so about as quick as you can get a road-going Exige to go. Lovely, super stuff, 50.42. Sweeping is done, red flags are in, and next to come will be Steve Garner, again highly experienced competitor, and Steve in a 2-litre Westfield. Not sure what engine it is, possibly a Vauxhall. Nice, isn't it? Nicely driven round Ettores. Steve Garner, he's got lots of experience. He's probably a couple of hundred runs up per Prescott. Little slide as he puts the power down out of Ettores. Can he get it in the 40s? I don't think so. It's 38, 39, 40 now. No, it'll be mid to late 40s, I think. And we go back a class to Samantha Lester, sharing the Toyota with Roger Moran. Oh, Steve, 49.77, that's pretty good. He'll be happy. Now, if you're here, watch this imp in the hands of Eric Murray. It is immensely quick. Fantastic. 1-litre Hillman imp with the engine based on the Coventry Climax engine, but this one has been modified to within an inch of its life. Suspension tied down really tight. Taken as much weight out of it as possible. It's a very, very quick car. Locked a rear wheel into Ettores, but got it round the corner perfectly well. but is it my imagination or has he slowed down a lot? Yeah, he has. Don't know why. That's a shame. Still going, but obviously not happy at all. And was it losing some liquid? I'm not sure. Followed by Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova, 1400cc, much modified Nova, nice handling car. What's happened to Eric? 65.42. That imp can go much faster than that. Let's hope it can come out for a second run later on. So the Nova has also done an extremely good time in the hands of Phil Tucker, 49.41. I wonder if you've seen this car before. This is Andrew Russell's Ginetta G15 that he has been hill climbing, 20 years. Always immaculate and always immaculately driven by Andrew. I think he treated it to a respray a couple of seasons ago. Again, Hillman imp engine in the back. Very light 1 litre engine. And here's Andy Fraser in the much modified for hill climbing Aston Martin Vantage with the 4.7 litre engine. They've been developing this car for 2 or 3 years. Now watch this car, Damien Bradley's Subaru Legacy with about 800 horsepower under the bonnet. He's developed this car. I think it came second overall at Brighton Speed Trials last year. It's a terrific bit of engineering. Andy Fraser in the Aston has finished with a 53.07. What can Damien do, threading this immensely powerful car up Prescott? Delightful character and a great engineer. Just about as extreme a legacy as you can be. 43.98 is by I think some margin our quickest competitive time so far today. Richard Jones is 3 litre 911. Off the line, Duncan Andrews in a 3.9 litre Cayman will pick it up soon. I think it's producing well over 400 horsepower, maybe no much more than that. It's highly modified, very rapid indeed. Richard Jones, good time, 49.63 in his 911. Now, what can Duncan Andrews do in this fearsome Cayman? We're into Class C, which is modified series production cars over 2 litres. Damien Bradley has 43.98, fantastic time in the Legacy. Now this is Peter Turnbull in the 997 Cup. Duncan Andrews in the fearsome Cayman has finished with the 47.45. And on the line is an elderly but fearsome Porsche in the hands of Paul Howes. This is the RSR, and RSRs are nowadays well into nearly 7 figures if you want a good one. Peter Turnbull has finished with a 48.63. What can Paul Howes do about that? I think could be in the 45s. Let's see. He's campaigned this car for a long time. .3 litres of flat 6 engine behind him. 41, 42, 46.36 for Paul. Here's Hayden Spedding's fantastic 4.2 litre E-Type Jaguar. Much modified, much wider track, roll cage fitted. And off the line goes Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo with a fantastic start time of 2.17. Paul Howells in the RSR 46.36. Hayden Spedding towards the finish at 54.06. And Stephen Moore into and through the S's. Taking a nice line through the S's. Got lots of power in this Evo 6. Could well be over 500 horsepower. And behind him comes Joy Hoyle, long-time competitor in Caterham 7. Joy often shares a car, but I think this is probably her own, not sure. Or is she sharing with... No, I'm right. She's sharing with Ray Law in this car. Stephen Moore did a 45.61. In the Evo 6. Joy has finished with a 51.6. Mark Lawrence is sharing the AMS Mud tyre. He's sharing it, of course, with John Pick. And Joy has finished with a 51.6 in the Caterham. Here's the Caterham 7 1600 of Richard Price. Nicely into and through S's, no dramas, not using all the road, middle of the road, but nicely run semicircle to record a good time, 44.24. Similar car of Phil Goff, but this one with the Hayabusa 1300cc motorcycle engine, Suzuki Hayabusa, with a shaft drive. They don't have a chain drive to the back axle. They modify them like the Goulds do to have the engine fore and aft rather than sideways, and through the gearbox to a differential at the back. And Phil will be in the 48s, I think. No, 50.21. Similar car in the hands of Dylan Flesher. Caterham 7. He's 752. Is Dylan Flesher. Looks as if he's sharing with Peter Lethbridge. Presumably related to Jonathan Flesher we saw in the Caterham 7 with a 1 litre engine. Dylan finishes with a 49.43, followed by Ben Fisher's 2 litre Westfield. Is the exhaust out to the left? It is, which probably means a Vauxhall engine, and we've got the Aston Martin on the line again. Let's watch Ben Fisher emerging from the S's. And here's Tim Painter sharing with Andy Fraser, sharing the Aston Martin Vantage. And Stephen Darley looks as if he's not in his own Impreza, but he's sharing the, is this an Impreza? Looks like Damon Bradley's Legacies. I think he's popped into the Legacy off the line in 1.99. That's the quickest 64 feet today. That's well over 2G. Shows the advantage of 800 horsepower and four-wheel drive. So the way Steve's driving this, I'm sure he's driven it before, it's immensely quick. Damien, I think Damien did a 47.99, was it? It was in the 47s. What can Stephen Darley do? It'll be quicker, it'll be a 43.62. Does that take the class so far? Not sure. We move into Class D modified specialist production cars with Phil Cook in the Caterham Superlight. These are quick cars. And Phil Cook's a highly experienced Hillclimb driver. He's followed by Simon Jenks, but records a 44.71. So here's Simon Jenks. And off the line goes Andrew Griffiths with a Caterham with a Hayabusa engine. We'll see him in just a second, but this is a quick run from Simon Jenks, 44.72, 100th behind Phil Cook. So Andrew Griffiths with lots of power from the 1300cc Hayabusa engine in a very light Caterham. We're looking at times in the 43. Steve Darley did a 43.62, but that's in the previous class. So far in this class it's all been 44s until Andrew comes along and records a 42.81. But what can Ash Mason do about that? Ash is always very, very quick indeed. Used to look after all Bentley's classic cars, often demonstrated the Le Mans winning Bentley 8 until he retired from Bentley and now enjoys playing motor cars, walking and fishing. Can he topple Griffiths from his 42.81? Not quite. 42.84, so it's close. That's 300ths between them. Tom Price is the last runner in this class, so he's got the 42.81 to beat. Can he do it? Don't think so. .42.28. He does. Brilliant run by Tom Price. That's excellent. We go on to Class F. Sports Libre cars up to 2 litres. Mike West in the Fisher Fury, but he's number 90, so I think he might well be another runner in Class D, modified specialist production cars. It's the Fisher Fury, which is a kit car. Got quite a roll cage, hasn't it? Looks like the Forth Bridge. In feel very secure underneath that. Heading to the finish, 54.65. Now Mark Puddle in this unique RCM Suzuki that I think he acquired last year. Little Suzuki Hayabusa engine in the back. Quickly off the line in a 2.29. So these are Sports Libra cars. So up to 2 litres. Mark 46.85. Followed by the Maguire Space Frame Imp of Grant Sinclair. Hasn't got much imp about it except a little bit of the body shape. Otherwise it's on a space frame racing car chassis with a very light fiberglass body on top. So it's not road going. Grant Sinclair threads it through the S's. Not sure if the car is new to him. It's a 53.6. Here's Martin Watts, his rear engine Silver Riot. Silver made all sorts. We've seen a Silver Striker already. Some were four-wheel drive, some two-wheel drive, some front engine, some rear engine. You bought your bits from Silver and built up your own car. And Martin, I think, has been campaigning this for 3 or 4 years. He's followed by Robin Nicholson in the famous Mark 20 Mallock that's been hill-climbed all its life in the hands of all sorts of people. The Ward family, dad and 2 sons, had it for a while. We'll see how that goes. But on the line is this fantastic car of the Pilbeam of Penrose, the MP92, based on the Le Mans Pilbeam, but with a carbon fibre tub and with a 7.5 litre Chevy race engine in the back. Robin Nicholson, 46.8. Now watch and listen to this fantastic Pilbeam. It's new to them, they're feeling their way a bit with it. But they're used to lots of power, but I don't think they're used to 753 horsepower, which is what this thing produces. Got a sequential box, so it has a big strong gear lever pushing it forward and back, and it does have a clutch, which Bob says you use not only just to get off the line, but each gear change has a slight dip of the clutch, and then you pull. It's a bit like a rally car in terms of a sequential blocks. Records a 52.31. Mike Luck in the TVR Chimera, complete with wing, and it's a 5 litre engine, so I guess the 5 litre Rover V8. I think the Chimera had the biggest production of any TVR, and they're still very popular. Time for Bob Penrose, I gave you 52.31. Here's Mike Luck finishing with a 49.4, and here's the Maguire. No, it's not. It's the Morris Mini Evo. I think has mini door handles, but I'm not sure. In the hands of Graham Lokes. No, it's Allan Mcdonald, of course, in the Morris Evo. Graham Lokes in his well-known Lola with the 3.2 litre flat 6 Porsche engine. Allan in the sort of Mini 45.24. Here's Graham in the TD492 Lola, which was built for Sports 2000, but now has the 3.2 litre Porsche engine in the back, and has done for a long time. And we are heading towards the single-seater classes. And this is Pete Tatham sharing his brother's car. Poor old Pete had his OMS catch fire in the paddock, which was very dramatic and very unfortunate. Although fortunate in a way, because it's powered by methanol, which has invisible flame, so it wasn't the methanol that was burning. So Pete heads for the finish with a 46.82. Here's Richard Weaver sharing with Tom, his son, in the OMS Hornet. We saw Tom a bit earlier. And we've got a time for Pete Tatham of 46.82. 46.82. What can Richard do? I guess they were competing at Lowton Park a couple of weeks ago. Now he's been red flagged. Wonder why. If you habitually have visited Chelsea Walsh over the years, you'll know well that Richard Weaver was famous for the skill with which he scooped up cars that had gone off course and hoisted them on the back of his flatbed truck. He decided a couple of years ago that he would rather drive a little racing car than a big truck, and he and his son Tom had a great season last year. Tom indeed was a star of the Masters Hill Climb meeting at Praga in Portugal in the autumn last year in his Formula Ford. Looks as if something's happened after the finish, so we got a red flag. Poor Pete Tatham is not having a good day. He stopped just beyond the finishing line with a loose wheel, so he's going to have to be tonkered back down to the paddock unless someone can take a wheel brace and screw the wheel back on. But I suspect he might have lost a wheel nut. That's why we've got the tonker going up to rescue. In the meantime, we've got Richard Weaver. Now is Richard going to be turned around and go back down the hill? Because I don't think a 1 litre OMS Hornet has a self-start or a onboard battery. Yeah, so they're turning him round, and I think he will be either parked in the slot there or be encouraged to coast back down the hill. I think he'll be encouraged to get back to the paddock because, of course, his son Tom. Has Tom had a run in it? I know we saw him a bit earlier on, but was that a competitive run or was that a practice run for Tom Weaver? All will become clearer later on. Yeah, so Richard, I think, is going to coast back down the hill to the paddock. Sensible. Next car up will be Rob Clark in the Empire Evo. Empire run by Bill Chaplin, who started Force also in '99, sold it. He was a champion sidecar racer and did some hill climbing. And he now produces the Empire Wraith with its carbon fiber tub. The Evo, which I think the Evos have a space frame rather than a tub. And as well as building hill climb cars, Empire do fabrication work and general engine installation work for race cars. So Bill Chaplin's a busy guy. And I think also involved in Empire is William Towett, who's a famous aerodynamicist. He was the chief aerodynamicist at Ferrari, then Benetton, and then Sauber, which of course is now, Sauber is Alfa Romeo, I think, isn't it? So there's been an outcrop since OMS started building and Pilbeam, of course, started building hill climb cars in the early 80s. Then along came OMS, Steve and Lynn Owen, building smaller, not necessarily top, fastest, most powerful hill climb cars, but built more and more of them. And indeed, Trevor Willis won the championship 3 times in his OMS with a 3.2 litre engine. Then along came Force, which was started by Bill Chaplin and then was taken over by Ian Dayson. They're based at Rugeley, and they produce various models. The PC, which has a carbon fibre rear structure and takes engines up to 2 litres. Then there's the TA, which has a carbon fibre tub, and it's designed for bike engines and a chain drive to the rear axle. Then Will Hall, who's now, as you've seen, sharing the Gould. He's competed for many years in a Force WH, which had an AER 2-litre turbo. If you remember, MG entered Le Mans. They called themselves MG, but they had this extraordinarily powerful 4-cylinder engine, which was producing, I suppose, 750 horsepower, for Will in the back of his Force WH, but he had endless difficulty with the electronics getting the transmission to agree with the engine. And then there's the MV8, which I think only one was built, which is based on the PC, but has an MV Augusta V8 engine, 2-litre engine in the back. So that's Empire, Force, OMS, and then DJ, who built the Firehawk and the Firestorm. They're run by Del Quigley in High Peak, Derbyshire. And we see again Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm, and some of the design work of the Firestorm was done by Martin Ogilvie, ex-F1 designer, and runs a Cosworth XD engine, not turbocharged. And we'll see the Jack Cottrell's bright orange DJ Delara out again. And I think Del has built a number of DJs that utilize the front tub of the Delara Formula 3 car. So it's been a revolution in hill climbing, and then along comes Gould, of course. Gould first appeared in 1985 with a little Gould with a Hart engine, the Gould 842, with which Chris Kramer won the Hillclimb Championship in 1985. Then there was a pause, and in 1998 David and Sean Gould built the GR37 using a Ralt Formula 3 tub, and I'll tell you the rest of the Gould story a bit later on, but in the meantime we're back in action, thank goodness. With Rob Clark in the Empire Evo. So if Bill Chaplin's here, he'll be looking with great interest at this. I'm not sure that we've seen this car before, but Rob guns it off the line nicely with a 2.21, 64 feet and 78 miles an hour at bridge. One-litre engine. We're in Class I, which is racing cars over 600cc up to 1100. 600cc class has pretty much disappeared. A lot of them got merged with 1100s, which wasn't strictly fair, but Rob Clark finishes with a 43.85, to be followed by Gavin McLaren's OMS. See the bike engines sideways at the back, chain drive of course. This is a CF04, and if I'm right, CF stands for carbon fibre. In other words, a tub rather than a space frame. So Gavin McLaren heads to the finish in the OMS and records a time of, clock's still running, I hope he's okay. No, it's a red flag. I have a horrible feeling Gavin might have gone off at semicircle. No, it's not Gavin. Gavin finished with a 60.55. So he hasn't gone off. He's been over the finishing line. That's okay. But it means that It means that Richard Walker has been stopped, and again, rather like Richard Weaver, he'll be turned round, I think, and go back down. Unless he's kept the engine running, in which case he can go slowly up to the finish. On the line, we've got Martin Turner in the Empire Evo 02 with its monoshock front suspension, so you can see the hump in front of Martin's feet containing the monoshock under there. So it's not the prettiest of cars, but it's certainly effective. That's good. Course is clear. We're ready to go again. Martin Turner in the Empire Evo. Off the start with no wheel spin at all. 2.52 is pretty good. The Empire in the hands of Martin Turner heads into the S's. Hung the tail out a bit, gathered it nicely on the exit to Tom Rolt, and quickly over the finishing line, the 44.41. He'll be happy with that. On the line, we've got Richard Matosian in the car, the GWR Raptor 2 that Robert Kenrick used to drive to amazing effect. He would get up Shelsley in, did he ever do a 22? I'm not sure. He was incredibly quick, but sadly he's had to give up hill climbing for a year or two. This has got a unique engine. It's got the BMW 1-litre engine in the back, producing prodigious amounts of power. And Robert used to regularly put the cat among the big boy pigeons in this car, but it's new to Richard, so he's still feeling his way in it. Nice traction control start, 2.36. Certainly isn't hanging around. 79 at bridge. We haven't seen Richard Matosian here very much before. I'm not sure what his experience is in hill climbing. I think he mostly competes up in Scotland. And he'd always wanted this car and pestered Robert Kenrick saying, you know, if you ever sell it, give me first refusal. And that's exactly what happened. So pretty good for starters, 43.19, that's great. Here's the Fisher Fury again in the hands of John McQuillan. Now he's sharing this car and he's not in the program, so they're a late entry. So but I believe they are in Class D, modified specialist production cars. I don't think this is a Sports Libra car. But what is a Sports Libra car is on the line. The amazing Pilgrim MP92 in the hands of Bob and Robert Penrose, father and son. Let's quickly watch the Fisher Fury navigating the S's, and then we'll catch the Pilgrim again. So Robert and his dad are feeling their way in this car. It's got 7.63 litres and 753 horsepower, so it's going to take a bit of getting used to, although so far they're extremely pleased with how it is to handle. Has the same bodywork as the Pilbeam that Mike Pilbeam built for Le Mans. I think he built quite a few, half a dozen or so, but I'm not sure that Mike is still in business. His son Kieran used to be Mark Webber's Formula One engineer, didn't he? Here's Richard Weaver. Do you remember he was red flagged and went down the hill again? Robert Penrose has done the 53.98, similar to Bob. But let's watch Richard having an early run. When I say early, they've only got this car out this season. Both of them shared a Formula Ford last year. But they're both skillful drivers, and Richard will be pleased with a 48.09 for starters. Here's Richard Walker in carbon fibre OMS with the 1 litre engine. And he's followed by another Empire 00 1 litre car. Here it is in the hands of James Moore. So how's Richard Walker getting on? He is finished with a 49.32. James Moore in his Empire will, I think, be quicker. A good time, 42.33, excellent. Now what can Nigel Pitt do in his 1 litre OMS? OMS numbering is a mystery to most people. This is an OMS 3000, which logically enough has a 1,000 litre engine. When I say 1,000 litre, I mean 1 litre, 1,000 cc. Going well though. Nigel Pitt heads for the line, 44.19. Now Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith with his very advanced aerodynamics, lots of downforce, and sadly at the end of 2020 at Cheltenham, Clive blew the engine, so all last year the car was being rebuilt. I don't think it appeared at all during last year, but it's great to see Clive in this car out again. Can he get it under the 40-second mark? Not quite. 42.3. Mark Schlanker in the Force HC. No dramas for Mark. Clive did a 42.3, we knew that I think, and Mark does a 44.33 into Formula Ford I think. No, this is Richard Summers, but I don't think he's in a DJ Firehawk. It looks as if he's reverted to the Formula Ford car that the family have had for a while. And that'll be Steve Morgan. Richard Summers 49.41. Steve Morgan in the S's. Caroline Ryder on the hill in her Formula Ford Van Diemen. 1986. To be followed by Sarah Bosworth in her 1985 version. Here she comes around Orchard. And Steve Morgan has recorded a 50.36. Richard Summers recorded a 49.51. Caroline Ryder records a 50.84. Les Buck in the almost unique, well, there were 14 of them, I think, were built all together by Messrs. Pringle and his partner. A lot of them went to driving schools. And I think Les is the only one in regular use in this country. Built for Formula Ford, so it had to run on road tyres, of course, and his time 51.36. Let's follow Chris Warden in the little Swift. A lot of little companies started up building Formula Ford racing cars, and some of them, like Van Diemen, developed. Some of them, like Swallow, for instance, built a few cars and then decided it wasn't a way to make money. Here's David Finlay in his Reynard, another famous name in Formula Ford, and Adrian Reynard went on to an illustrious career designing and building racing cars. Chris Warden has finished with a 53.25. David Finlay heading for semicircle. Carole Nicholls, car built by her dad down in Devon, the Nike. Ken Nicholls built endless space frames for his own cars and for other people. A lot of Lotuses, when they got bent, they would go down to Ken and say, please can I have a new space frame for this car? Andrew Greenen takes us into Class J, up to 1600cc race cars. Meantime, Carole Nicholls finished with a 55.6. He had a bit of an adventure through Orchard, but all safe and sound now, going nice and quickly, sharing with his brother Adam. Andrew, low 40s, very low 40s, 41.63. Here's Olivia Cooper, who was a star at the Masters meeting down in Portugal. She was the fastest lady driver. Olivia Cooper, daughter of Richard Brown, so hill climbing runs in the family. And Olivia, 43.29. She's showing with husband Liam. We'll see him later on. Here's Steve Marr in the GWR Raptor. Is this a new one? These are built by Graham White Jr., ex-Hillclimb champion, right up in the north of Scotland. And I have a feeling this car is new, or new to Steve Marr anyway. He's followed by Stuart Sugden in another GWR Raptor. Incredibly light, incredibly swift, stiff carbon fibre tub. With which Steve Marr records a 42.13. What can Stuart Sugden do? Better, 40.55. Good run by Stuart. Now this will be quick. This is Allan Warburton in the Gould GR59 that he and David have had for 3 years or so. Remember, this is the GR59 with its one-piece tub all the way from the front to the back, apart from a hole for the driver, but the engine has to go in from underneath. And Allan has safely navigated Torres and into Parden with a speed through the trap of 95 miles an hour at the bridge. This has a very interesting 1600cc unblown Suzuki engine with a very complex, interesting transmission, because the engine is tilted slightly one way and another and needs very interesting geometry to make all the gears in the diff line up. Here's Tom Weaver sharing with Dad, and very rapidly getting the hang of this OMS Hornet with its 1 litre, I guess, Honda engine. So Tom on his way towards the S's. Meanwhile, another member of the Summers family has off the line in the Formula Ford, Van Diemen. Now, has Tom slowed down at all? I don't think so. Yes, I think something's happened to Tom, because Richard did a 43 and Tom is 4 or 5 seconds slower. So let's hope that William Felix Summers doesn't get red flagged. Is it okay so far? And Jason Tunnicliffe is off the line in his 1600 Empire Evo 2. So, oh, nice rally style round at Torres by Jason Tunnicliffe. Replay, I think, of what happened to Tom Weaver. No, so that's lovely slide through. That's the way to do it. Not sure if it gains you time, but it looks good. And it gives Jason a brilliant time of 40.45. Excellent in the 1600 Empire Evo. Tom Morgan, number 830, takes us back to the Formula Fords. He's showing the Van Diemen with Steve Morgan. Has he? What happened there? He went straight on into the barrier, I'm afraid, at Parden, straight through the kitty litter, maybe harmlessly. Let's hope he hasn't bent the front of the car on the recticel there. It was very much on the exit to Parden, but again there'll be a bit of a delay while that's dragged out and back down to the paddock. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. Looks as if Tom Morgan's car is okay. I think the wheels are pointing in the right direction. Poor Tom Weaver The reason he slowed right down was that he kissed the barrier at the exit to the S's with a rear wheel. Let's hope it's without damage, but it did slow him down. So a bit of gravel extraction from the chassis of this car. So we didn't see Tom kissing the barrier, but you could see him visibly slowing down afterwards. But I think minimal or no damage to the car. Let's hope anyway. So on the line we've got John Stockley waiting patiently in his Force SF. Remember, we're in the middle of Class J, racing cars up to 1600cc. And David Warburton, son of Allan, is in this class, but proudly bearing number 9, because he got his little 1600 car up into 9th place in last year's British Hillclimb Championship. Now, is this Formula Ford car of Tom Morgan still dribbling gravel as it comes back down the hill? David Hinton, nice to hear from you, David. Enjoying the action from Asheville, North Carolina. Well, I hope you're having as nice a day there. Well, of course, it's morning there, isn't it? We've got a sunny afternoon, although a bit of a easterly wind, but Asheville sounds nice. Do you get much hill climbing over there? As a Xenos owner, it's good to see Chris representing the brand. Well, thanks, Mr. Francis. I must find out more about Xenos before we go online tomorrow. Yeah, the Xenos E10S is a low mass car with around 250 horsepower and weighs only 725 kilos. So it is low mass. Nice light car. Thanks, Arnold Stottler, speaking from somewhere. Well, yeah, interesting cars. I don't know how many they've made. But in the meantime, we're in action again with John Stockley in the Force SF on the line. 1600 Hayabusa in the back, chain drive, nicely off the line, with time of 2.49. .74 through bridge. Takes a couple of apexes at Torres, but that's okay. And hugs the close in round Pardon. And then the quick swerves along the top and into and out of Tom Road corner. Here's Gary Hill in what looks to me a new OMS. I'm not sure if it is 2000M, the 1440cc engine. Be a bike engine in the back, but a time for John Stockley, 42.01. And back with us is the Formula Ford of Alex Coles, which is a Van Diemen RF86, and that's okay. Nice neat start. And Gary Hill records a 43.09. Alex Coles and the Van Diemen. Quite quick for a Formula Ford 66 under the bridge. And a late entry, but that's okay. Gets you early on the throttle out of Pardon. So a good time for a Formula Ford is in the late 40s. He did a 49.31. Here's Rob Anscombe in his new car. He's acquired an Empire Evo. I don't know if his old car is still for sale. He's been trying to sell it for a while, but he's really enjoying life, I think, with the Empire Evo. Still got to get used to it. Like any new car, you've got to get used to its handling characteristics, but a respectable 43.72. Darren Gumbey is always quick, extremely quick in his Force TA. That's a space frame chassis. Look at his speed under the bridge, 93 in a 1600 car. That is quick. So Darren would love to be under the 40-second mark, and I think he might well be with a 39.53. That's brilliant. Here's Robert Kappa in what looks like a brand new Empire Wraith, rather similar to Clive Austin's. Amazingly sophisticated aerodynamics. The work, I think, of William Towett. And Darren, yeah, we saw Darren did a 39.53 That'll take some beating in his class, but Zach Zammit could well do it. Zach, who lives in Malta, flies over for Hillclimbs, shares this car with a number of people. Charles Hill drove this car a couple of occasions last year, did really well. Toby Moody has driven it in the past. I think Zach is having to get used to the whole thing all over again. He's always quick. He'll be under the 42nd mark with a 39.58. Now Richard Spenning also is extremely quick. GWR Raptor 1585, producing some 500 horsepower in a car that weighs under 400 kilos. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Richard gets in the top 10 finishers of this year's Hillclimb Championship. 37.85, good, excellent run. Les Much in another GWR Raptor. This will be a quick one. Again, 1600 Hayabusa. So light, you can pick them up at the front and turn them around. And beautifully built by Graham White. Near, I think, inland from Aberdeen, I think he is. Does some farming up there too. So we'll watch Les over the finish, 41.47, but now David Warburton, proudly bearing number 9. He was starred in the Hillclimb Championship last year in this little 1600cc Gould GR59. 100 miles an hour under the bridge is really quick. That is going some. This should be in the 37s, maybe even quick. Oh, that will have cost him a tenth or two. He will have had to lift off quite severely to straighten that up. 39.11. Yeah, poor David. He won't be happy with that. It was a slight whoopsie moment in the middle of the S's. Who's on the hill at the moment? Adam Greenen sharing with Andrew. Two brothers. Yeah, Adam really feeling his way for the start of the season, 43.94. Now here's Liam Cooper, husband of Olivia. Son-in-law of Richard Brown. Slight lock-up from offside tires on the way into Intours, but no harm done. Managed to get it turned in nicely. Close in on the exit to the S's. 43.41 for Liam. Kevin Craven in the Swallow. Swallow built, Kevin tells me they only built 4 cars and then decided it wasn't a money-making project, but they were beautifully built, if a little bit heavy, for Formula 3. So they weren't terribly competitive, but it's a very nice, beautifully built car, and which takes Kevin up the hill in a time of 46.34. Tricia Davis, talk to you a bit about Terry building his V8 engines. Well, here's his wife Tricia, who for a long time was spares controller of the Bugatti Owners Club here in Prescott, and she has always shared this car based on an early-ish Formula 3 Reynard and a 2-litre V8 in the back to record a 45.09. Now Tim Davies, I told you this car's for sale. Tim has for a long time shared it with dear Billy Morris. But Billy was born in the same year as ERA R4D, which I think was 1935 or so. So Billy had to. Things always come to an end. Billy had to give up hill climbing a couple of years ago. He was a fierce competitor. We drove identical March 782s in the 1988-1990 season and had a season-long battle. It was great fun. Tim, 43.1, had a bit of problem with the car this morning. I think the throttle cable broke or something like that, so he didn't want to stop and chat. He was busy fixing it. Brings us to the two. Are we still in the 2-litre class? Andrew Colbourne, 157. Doesn't seem to be in the program, but he's in his. Is that a Van? That's not a Van Diemen, I don't think. 157. Don't know. Sorry. Yeah, the note I have does say Van Diemen, but we'll find out. Anyway, records a 44.38. Now Jonathan Varley, this is a wonderful piece of engineering. This is the little GWR Raptor with the 2-litre V8. TK, did I see Jonathan? No, he's fine. With the TKD V8 squeezed into the back, a miracle of packaging. Have a look at this in the paddock if you can. Nice, he'll be happy to get a first run in under 40 seconds, 39.99. What can Lee Griffiths do? Get some severe understeer round at Torres in his OMS 28. Good run for Lee, 39.24. What can Einon Price do? 10th in the Hillclimb Championship last year. He's in the Force TA. Under 40 seconds, yes, 39.73 for Einon. Richard Alexander off the line in another Force, the Force PC, with only a 1300cc engine. Hasn't got the monoshock front suspension. I think it has chain drive to the back axle. Records a time of 43.76. Meanwhile, OMS 28 in the hands of Ian Tucker. Steve and Lynn must have built a lot of OMS 28s. I must ask them how many they've built so far, but I should think it's well into the teens. I have a feeling that Ian Tucker is new to this car, but we'll see. Getting the hang of it to record a time of 46.44. Kelvin Broad, highly experienced in the Force TA, which he's had a year or two, really enjoys it, loves driving this car. 86 at Bridge. So Kelvin in the Force TA is followed by Ben Stephenson, this incredibly quick Empire Evo 2 1300cc engine, but either supercharged or turbocharged, because we're in Class K, which is racing cars 1600 to 2 litres with forced induction. And Ben Stephenson is really hustling this one up. Prescott to record a 43.59. Simon Moyes has had his GR59 for a while, a couple of years. Simon used to hillclimb, share a car with his dad, but for the last few years he's been solo in this GR59. 40.7 for Simon Moyes. On the line, Paul Hames did a bit of a TV interview with Paul this morning, which I think probably will have been seen on stream. Turbocharged Hayabusa, 450 or so horsepower. Something under 400 kilos, and Paul, as you can see, 7th in the championship last year. Going fine. I wonder if the hill is getting slightly rubbered in, giving a bit more grip. But I think Paul would usually do quicker than 38.98. Not a bad time, but okay for starters. Mrs. OMS again, Lynn Owen in the 28 with its V8 engine, RPE engine. Typical Lynn run, no drama, nice line. Here's Bernard Kevill in the OMS with the TKD V8 engine in the back. Lynn time recorded 45.38. Bernard shares with Simon Andrews, of course, both enjoying a retirement hobby of pedalling an OMS very rapidly. 43.05. Now Anthony Hunt in the Gould left the line fine and then stopped. I have a feeling it might be a transmission problem. That's a shame. And of course his rear axle is well over the line, so that was his run. Engine sounds all right. Tried to get going again, but only did a yard or so. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's on his way. He won't want to know the time, but he gets a run and he gets another session in the car, getting used to the car again. He, of course, is sharing the car with Terry Graves. And up to the line comes very much a star of the future, Matthew Ryder in Sean Gould's Gould. Sean is not driving this year. He damaged his shoulder at a nasty accident down in Portugal in this car. Well, the car's of course been beautifully rebuilt, almost new, but he's invited Matthew and Will Hall to share this car this season, and they are going to really enjoy it. Now, we've suddenly got red flags out, and we don't know why yet. Anthony Hunt has failed again just after the finishing line. Our athletic team of marshals are going to make haste to help get Anthony out of the way. We do tease the marshals a bit, but of course they do a fantastic job. Without them, there wouldn't be any motorsport in this country, and it's recognised all over the world that British marshals are some of the best, which is why they get invited to Le Mans and to world endurance races and Formula One races all over the place. So we all owe them a great debt of gratitude for the hard work they do, and it's a great way of getting involved with motorsport. You can't really get much closer to the action, and they're always looking for new young people to join. I notice quite a few new young marshals, and that's great. They give excellent training, particularly in how to extract an injured driver if there's been an accident, because in the past inexperienced marshals have caused more damage to drivers than the accident did by trying to heave them out double quick. We're coming to, we've got a few more classes to run, and it's in UK time it's 5:15, so it's being a long day. Often the way, the first meeting of the year, because there isn't as much grip as towards the end of the year. So a few results on the screen. James Dockery wins, or is leading so far, the Class A3. Class B is led by Robbie Birrell in the Lotus Exige V6 with a I think these are practice runs rather than the first run times, but I'll get confirmation of that. Yeah, these are practice times from this morning and early afternoon. Stephen Darley in the Legacy, sharing with Damien Bradley in the 43s. I think in their first timed run were even quicker. Some really quick cars in that class. But Tom Price in the Caterham was even quicker with the 42.28, as was Andrew Griffiths in the Caterham powered by Hayabusa. And Ash Mason, of course, always quick, 42.84. Class F, Sports Libras up to 2 litres. Quickest so far, Robin Nicholson with a 46.8. Sports Libras over 2 litres. Quickest, Allan Mcdonald in the extraordinary Morris Mini Evo, which actually is a Mitsubishi Evo with a kind of plastic mini body, 45.24. (1100cc) single seaters led at the moment by Clive Austin with the 42.3. Richard Matosian did a good time in the GWR Raptor, which is new to him, 43.19. And the Formula Fords are led by Alex Coles with a 49.31. Class J is up to 1600cc, led by Richard Spedding with a 37.85, good time. And David Warburton. David actually uncharacteristically second and a half behind Richard in the 49s. But remember, these are practice runs from earlier today. Lee Griffiths did a good run in the normally aspirated class, Class K, 39.24. That was good. Looks as if we're getting back into action. The red flags are coming in. So Anthony Hunt has been pushed up to the return road, down which he can coast back into the paddock. Back up to the line comes Matthew Ryder in the Gould GR59, if you like, the works car. It's going to be fascinating to see the pairing of Matthew and Will Hall in this car and how they get the times down to compare with what Sean has done. Remember, Sean broke the record here at Prescott in this car a couple of years ago, and then that was comprehensively beaten at the end of last year by Wallace Mingus. It's now 34.65. Matthew goes 99 miles an hour under bridge. Talking to him earlier this morning, he said it's not, although he's jumped out of a 1600, I think, into this car. He said it's not such a difference, it's just got that much more power, but the handling, road holding it's not difficult to get the hang of. Let's see what he can do on his first competitive run at Prescott in this car. He can do a 37.93. Well, that's pretty good for starters. On the line, Graham Wynne in his GR59. Both these cars with 4-litre Judd engines, so 700 or so horsepower. And as I'm sure you know by now, Graham is sharing this car with 6-time British Hillclimb champion Scott Moran. Neat line by Graham, who's been fitted with a heart pacemaker over the winter, so he should enable him to go that much quicker. 38.81. Here's Alex Summers on the line in, no, yep, it is. It'll come up on screen pretty soon. In the DJ Firestorm, with which he came second in the Hillclimb Championship last year. Although it isn't Alex, it's Lindsay, his mum. So Lindsay gets to warm up the car. Alex was telling me just now, well, this morning, that at Goodwood he again is going to be driving the amazing Mortaya fan car, which he shared with Derek Bell at Goodwood Festival of Speed last year. It's got fans forcing the car down on the road, produces 500 kilos of downforce with no aerodynamic penalty because it doesn't have wings or anything. So Lindsay has warmed up the Firestorm in 46.93, and here's, oh no, another one straight on into the gravel, but I think Jonathan Evans managed to keep it out of the rectus cell. Heavy braking, wheels locked, and when your wheels are locked they don't steer terribly well. So we watch the Swallow. Oh yes, he did nudge into the rectus cell, which is a shame. It might not have bent any suspension. Let's hope not, because the Swallow is such a pretty car, nicely built. But as Jonathan said, it was a bit heavy for Formula 3, so Swallow only made 4 of them. Let's hope he isn't going to drag too much gravel onto the track. Drivers are firmly told when they return to the paddock to drive down the grass. Some of them, of course, in the aftermath of an accident, they're not really concentrating to what people say, so they tend to ignore that. Couple of our clerks of the course, Andrew Tong and Diana Mepham, made their way up there. They're getting frustrated at all these delays. Clock is ticking away. Yeah, I think the front wing on the offside is slightly deranged. Yeah, it's bent up a bit, but it'll bend back down again. Just looking through my competitors' notes to see that the Ferrari 355 number 280, driven by John Swift, used to belong to Ian Wright, the footballer. So I hope Ian looked after it, but certainly John has it in beautiful condition. Brian Jackson, you remember driving the Ferrari 308 GTB. He's owned the car since 1985, and this is his first event this year. Right, the good news is that we've got engines running. Let's hope we run the rest of the day with no delays. But in the meantime, I think this is Trish Davis in the TKD powered Reynard. It's Terry, the guy who builds the engines, number 856. You'll remember when we left you, we were just at the beginning of Class L, racing cars over 2 litres. And Terry, not hurrying greatly, 61 round underneath bridge. It actually is Trish, 856. I thought it was. She looked slightly different from Terry. So this is Trish Davis, 44.41, followed by Paul Crute in the 3-litre V6 Jaguar-powered OMS 28. She's had for a while. Terry, Trish it was, 44.41. Paul Crute heading towards and through the S's on the line is number 181. That's Jack Cottrell. Now Jack's in the DJ with the Cosworth engine, Cosworth IndyCar engine, and the front of the tub based on Dallara. Paul Crute has finished with a 46 seconds dead. Here's Jack. They've had just over a year with this car. Originally Jack and his dad shared it. I think last year it was purely Jack driving it, and really enjoying getting the hang of it. Jack is entered for the British Hillclimb Championship, finishes with a 45.54, followed by Paul Alexander in the 1300cc Blown Force PC. Sharing with Richard Alexander this car. Paul through the S's fairly cautiously, so it'll be in the mid-40s with a 44.94. Steve Owen, V8 powered OMS, 2.7 litre V8. As usual, Steve driving neatly with no dramas, and the time will come up very shortly. It was a 41.59. Now Simon Andrews sharing, of course, with Bernard Kevill, giving plenty of welly off the line in the OMS 28 with an early TKD engine. They produce very similar times, he and Bernard, so it's a nice friendly competition between them. Nice undramatic run, and Simon heads for the finishing line, mid 45s again, 43.79. Okay. Now, is this Terry Graves in the car that Anthony Hunt really struggled with? It is, and it looks as if it's still misbehaving. They've had to push it up to the pre-start line, and they're wheeling it back. Something kept making it cut out. And do you remember it stopped just after the finishing line? So it needs a bit of work. But in the meantime, Will Hall comes up to the pre-start line in the GR59 Gould. Will's an extremely good and rapid driver. He's had a hard time over the years with his Force WH, with its extraordinary four-cylinder APR engine, producing massive power when it decides to, but Will's had all sorts of difficulties, particularly in the early days, trying to get it off the line, which it didn't enjoy. Battery plugged in. Car beautifully rebuilt after Sean's unfortunate accident with it down in Portugal. 2.36 off the line, lots of popping and banging. 107 is quick under bridge. And no dramas at Ettores or Pardon. Watch it, lift the wheels slightly over the bump in the middle of the S's. Richard, I've got a battery low message on my screen, but Will finishes with a 38.67, and Terry Graves has got the Gould firing up okay, or is there a drama of any kind? Not sure. There's a lot of, oh, no he hasn't. There, it's just within sight. He's come to a halt near the upper paddock entrance, so luckily he could be wheeled straight back from there into the paddock. What a shame. They've had endless trouble. It seems like maybe an electrical connection letting go and stopping it, but they haven't been really able to find out what the problem is. Not too much of a delay. David Uren in the GR55 on the pre-start line. Car has been red for many years, but now it's in a rather sinister black with red piping. So Terry and Anthony are going to have to be doing a bit of fettling to their GR55, which has come out after, I think, lying fallow for a number of years, so not really surprising that not everything works perfectly. Let's hope it gets it sorted for if they're going to compete at Cheltenham in a couple of weeks' time. So David, you could see, if you're watching the screen, waits at the pre-start line. He was 6th in last year's Hillclimb Championship in a car that is pretty middle-aged, considering that Martin Groves broke the record in it 15, 16 years ago, and a record that lasted for a long, long time. But the car, of course, is as quick as ever. So he will be summoned up to the start line. He can spin his rear wheels between the pre-start and the start line if he wants to warm up the rear tyres, but there's not so much tyre warming by wheel spinning as there used to be in the old days. I think modern hill climb cars, there's hill climb tyres are so sticky anyway. There's no point in risking the transmission. It's still this year a tyre battle between Avon and Pirelli. It's horses for courses, but David is running on Pirellis. There's plenty of grip there. (103 at bridge, 2.51 off the line. David always fiercely competitive, getting quicker and quicker. Usually shares this car with Nicola Mingus, Wallace's wife, but she's not here this weekend. But he records a time of 38.78, and rounding it Tories goes Trevor Willis in the car that he's campaigned for a long time. Still, he told me no winter modifications, just made sure it's all bolted together properly, give it a nice clean, and drives it with his usual style and panache to record a good time of 37.46. Here's Scott Moran, who has won the championship on numerous occasions. 4th last year, still really sorting out the new GR49 with Graham Wynne. Still haven't got it entirely to their satisfaction. The GR61, with which Scotty won the championship so many times, is tucked away, out of sight, out of mind, and they're concentrating on getting this car right. 47.92, half a second off Trevor's time. Now then, DJ Firestorm with Alex Summers on board. Takes off in 2.12 and records the speed of 110. This is quick. This should be in the 35s or 36s, I think. Track isn't at its best for grip, so you won't see Wallace's record threatened, but it'll still be a good battle between the top 3 or 4. (36.79) for Alex. Quickest in this class so far, but up to the line comes Wallace. Proudly got the number 1 on the car. He won the championship. He broke the record here in September last year with a fantastic run. Always quick off the line. 2.19 off the line. I think last year he got it down to 1.9 or so, and a speed of 99. So he's not going flat out for top speed before Orchard Corner. I think if he can get into the 35s, he'll be very happy. And remember, we've got a runoff to come. This is just the second class runs. 36.92. So, slightly behind Alex. So, class leader in the big racing car class, Alex Summers. 36.92. Second, Wallace. Third, Trevor Willis. Fourth, Scott Moran. Now, this lovely Chevron B19 in the hands of Richard and Amanda George. Got a unique Cosworth engine. I think Richard calls it an FVD, so it's not an FVA or an FVC. It's FVD, so it's an unusual capacity for an FV engine. Belonged to the Eggenberger team in Switzerland, but Richard and Amanda campaigned this lovely Chevron for a good, I should think, a good 20 years. Meanwhile, Chris Bentley Jones in the 1600 Brabham BT35, and then on the line is the Can-Am McLaren with its 5.7 litre V8 Chevy, I guess. Well, we'll see that soon. There it goes, off the line. 2.44, quick start. This was the car that was sponsored by the city of Edmonton in Canada for Can-Am. They christened it Spirit of Edmonton. And Rupert is hoping that... I'm not sure what his hometown is. He lives over east of London, I think in Suffolk or Essex, but he's probably hoping that his local town will sponsor it. It could be Spirit of Braintree or something. So Rupert heads for the finish. 48.59. Here's Andy Tippett in the BT30X. Which was built for Formula One in the period when, do you remember, they ran those very high wings, downforce wings on the ends of long stalks, and they always broke and they caused a horrendous accident at the Spanish Grand Prix, and so this car never got used for that purpose. But Rupert recorded a 48.59. We haven't got a time for the Brabham. We've gone straight to Joe Macfarlane in the Peugeot powered Tigger. And Joe's going to be followed by the Browns, the Brown family, father and son, Richard and Tom. They have a nice airstrip on their farm down in Berkshire, and they're planning a fly-in, but only for cars for airplanes with radial engines. So be some nice noises. Richard, long time, extremely experienced hill climber. For a long time held the course record at Shelsley, 47.25. What can Tom do? It's a car that's new to him, bought it in France only a few weeks ago, and it needs some work. It needs putting back onto carburetors because at the moment it's on fuel injection. How many people knew that there was a Mallock racing in France? I didn't. So 47.25 for Richard. What can Tom do? Not quite as quick. 49.46. I think there's a family bet on each run with a bit of money involved, so Tom's going to have to press the throttle even harder tomorrow. I can hear bike engines fired up, but do we get the Ferraris before the bikes? I don't think we do. I'm not sure what's going on, because our official schedule says we've got the competitors in the New Barn Championship, and then the Ferraris, then the bikes, and then the bike top 10. We haven't got a runoff today, of course. The British Hillclimb Championship runoffs are tomorrow. But 196 is Tom Brown, and he's back on the start line. Is that Tom? I'm sure it is, yes. Now why these guys in this class are getting a rerun straight away, I don't know. I think it's part of the process of trying to speed the meeting up in view of all the delays we've had. So Tom on his way. Remember, Dad Richard did a 47.25, so Tom will be determined to try and get closer to that. On the line we've got Richard George in the Chevron. Of course, yes, Amanda and Richard are sharing this car. Tom still getting to grips with it. Richard off the line in the Chevron. Tom, yeah, second quicker, 48.1. So it's a second and a half off his previous time. I think this is Richard, but I'm not arguing. It may be Amanda, we'll see. And we have got bikes coming up next. Yeah, it is Amanda wearing a black suit. What did Richard George do? He did a 52.2. Amanda does a 48.42. So Richard's doing the washing up tonight. And we got our first of our bikes on the line, which is the KTM of Patrick Evans, one of two bikes in the 250cc class. Long travel suspension, front forks dip down, and Patrick opens the throttle wide, couple of gear changes, then into Air Tours into pardon without hanging the tail out, and off the line goes Simon Wilson in the 350 Yamaha. So we haven't got George Scott in his Yamaha in the 250s. And behind Simon comes Mike Tilley in the little Honda, but in the meantime we've got a time for Patrick Evans of 53.96. Here's Simon Wilson in the Yamaha. He's followed by Mike Tilley on this little Honda 280. Then we've got off the line, we've got Jamie Mitchell, 5th in the championship last year. We've got a time for Simon Wilson of 56.29. Mike Tilley well on his way. Jamie Mitchell follows. Here is Jamie Mitchell on his way up to Pardon. And off the line comes John Bottomley, not on the Velocette. He's gone home and swapped bikes. Do you remember the Velocette gave trouble in the first runs this afternoon? But Jamie Mitchell really heaves the BRC through the S's, and John Bottomley somewhat, it looks like is it a Gilera or a Ducati, I'm not sure. Looks rather an Italian bike, and nice though. So perhaps John Bottomley has got a collection of bikes at the bottom of his garden. Time for Mike Tilley, 51.62. And Jamie Mitchell, good time, 48.44. John Bottomley still going. Someone might be able to tell us what that bike is. He's followed by Pat Dolan on the 450 TM Racing. So John has finished with a 71.27. Pat Dolan into S's. Doug Parnell, well-known hill climber, on his ZRF Yamaha on his way. And here he is going into a Torres. John Bottomley ended up with 71.27. So it's not really a hill climbing bike, but he had fun on it. Pat Dolan has got a 51.84. What can Doug Parnell do? I think our quickest bike was a 47.99 this morning, early this afternoon. Where's Doug? Doug must be heading for the finish. Followed by Richard Peaty into S's. Doug did a 55.74. And here's Paul Jeffrey, 3rd in the championship last year on a KTM. Richard Peaty on the Husqvarna does a 53.38. On the line, Guy Ursel in another KTM, but in the meantime we're watching Paul Jeffrey, highly experienced, very quick. Can he get it into the late 40s? We shall see. Good one, 48.56. Off the line, Robert Mercer in this really interesting Triumph 675, but in the meantime we're watching Guy Ursel on his 600 KTM. He might get it under the 50-second mark just. And we're watching Robert Mercer in and out of Pardon. 50.03 for Guy. What can Robert Mercer do on the Triumph 675? Really interesting bike, interesting shape. He can do a 51.82. I think Neil Tamlin was quick in the first runs. But he'll be mid-50s, I think. Here's Mike Fiddler into Pardon on the Suzuki. Off the line goes Chris Keates in the 560 KTM. Here's Mike in the S's. and Chris Keates. Lots of gear changing between Ed Torres and Parden. Mike Fiddler, 52.66. Harvey Mills, count the gear changes, 1, 2, 3, and then into Parden hairpin. Nice line through Parden, gets the power down nice and early. Harvey Mills in the meantime now into straightening up the S's as much as he possibly can. 777 Tommy Hodges, again as 628 KTM. Harvey Mills 53.4, Chris Keates 53.47, so it's all pretty close in this class. Very much a road bike, Ron King's Suzuki 650. And Tommy Hodges records a 59.92. Meanwhile, Ron King on his road-going Suzuki through semicircle, to be followed by Stu Mills on a big engine KTM 1300cc. That's number 6, so 6 in the championship last year. Can Stu get under 50 seconds? Not quite, 50.65. David Peat. I'm always interested to watch the right hand on the twist script to see how many gear changes take place between Torres and Parden. This is David Peat. Rounding Parden, Alan Jolly. Where's David Peat? He's done a 52.74. Alan Jolly isn't sporting a 1 to 10 number. I'm sure in the past he's been in the top 10 in the championship, but maybe this is a new bike to him. Meanwhile, Matthew Mogridge, big Suzuki, into Parden. 50.71 for Alan Jolly. Matthew Mogridge, where is he? He's in the S's. And Nigel Wheatley has taken off in the BSA Rocket, which really rocketed off the line. But it's a fairly elderly road bike, so don't expect crazy things. Matthew Mogridge, 57.71. On the line, Dave Norris on a KTM Duke. I don't know if that's a Ducati engine in a KTM frame, I'm not sure. So Nigel Wheatley on the BSA has finished with a 58.9. We're watching Dave Norris on the KTM Duke. Just nudged the grass, but no problems. Dave Norris records a 53.54. Keith Cooper just entering Pardon now, and Mark Williams has taken off the line in the 1 litre Honda VTR. And then we've left with only one three-wheeler. Which is Simon and Jane Foster on their well-known trike. Keith Cooper must be nearing the finish. .66.81. Straightening up the S's is Mark Williams. And then we've got Simon and Jane Tape. Completing our bikes in on their Honda F2. Mark Williams, 56.15. I wonder if that 49 was it 49 or 47.99? I'm not sure. This morning there was a very quick time, and when I looked at it, I thought, is that right? But presumably it is, otherwise it would have been taken away. Now, Simon and Jane rounding semicircle, and they record a 51.29. 51.29, that's our bikes. What comes next? I think we go back to Class 1. So we're going through the program all over again pretty well. Okay, we're coming to our competitors in the New Barn Championship. New Barn, you'll remember, is a local company fettling Land Rovers and Range Rovers, anything of that nature, and have a very good reputation for the quality of their work. And we're very grateful for their sponsorship of the New Barn Championship. And we kick off with Colin Davis in his Ford Fiesta. You'll find them on page 28 of your program. So these are Hillclimb drivers with a speed license, a B license, which will limit them to certain cars and certain events, until they've got, if they want them, 6 signatures from the clerks of the course to confirm that they have behaved themselves, and then you can you can promote yourself up to an A license if you want to. Lots of people don't necessarily want to have an A license. They're happy taking part in the New Barn Championship exclusively for B license holders. Kicked off by Colin Davis, he's finished with a 58.21, followed by Maggie Richards in her newer Clio RS200. It's only 10 years old, I think, 12 years old. And she's followed by the Porsche 924 Turbo of Steve Cooper. Here he is at Torres. Maggie is rounding semicircle, I think, and heading for the finishing line. Slightly smoky turbo from the Porsche. And Maggie records the time of 60.23s. Here on the line is a bit of a surprise, but in the meantime with Sam Wilamowski, one of the Wilamowski family, both of whom are driving these BMW 318s, similar. I think this one more modified than Sam's partner in hill climbing. But a very graceful car on the line, very dignified. And it's a Daimler Conquest. I'm not sure what it's going to conquest here at Prescott. But meantime, we're watching Sam heading for the finish to record a 59 seconds exactly. There we are. How dignified can you get? That's Peter Baker. Not in a Studebaker, but in a Daimler Conquest with a 2.4 litre straight six engine, a pre-selector gearbox, a fluid flywheel, if you know what that is, and basically it's a Wilson pre-selector gearbox. And this car did take part in the historic Monaco Rally a couple of years ago. Got to the finish perfectly well. And Peter is a great raconteur, great writer. Lives up the road in Harvington. Tim Stokes in the Suzuki Swift Sport. Relatively rare car. You see quite a few Suzuki Swifts, but not many of the sporty version. He's into and through the S's. We'll keep an eye on him, but in the meantime, Peter in the Daimler has proved his time by 3 seconds to record a 75.59. Now, this is the Rover BRM, which Peter Howard Cooper has recently found and polished up and did a bit of engineering work to make it go well. I think it had been off the road for a long time. And I believe this is Peter's first competitive outing in this car. But they're rare and they're interesting. They were sort of the swan song of Rover before they finally collapsed into the Chinese Geely Corporation. So he's heading for the finish. We're watching Oliver Meek in another Fiesta ST. 62.95 for the BRM. And as I said earlier, if you want to see BRMs on display and in action, go to Shelsley Walsh in Worcestershire in mid-July for Classic Nostalgia, which is a great event. It's a good fun event. Oliver Meek has finished with a 57.63. Another Porsche. This is the 944. Similarly, front engine, similar body shape to the 924, but with Porsche's own 3-litre straight 4 engine with its balancer shaft and exquisite road holding. Enough power, plenty of performance. And the 944, interestingly, I think in Autocar magazine this week is saying how much 944 prices are going up. Difficult to find a really good one for under 10 grand. Meanwhile, we've got Andrew Willcox in the Super 7 Caterham. Has Paul Renison in the Porsche finished? He has, with the 5469. And off the line comes the first of our MX-5s in the hands of Steve Perry. So, Andrew Willcox nearing the finish. Steve Perry chasing him in the Mazda. Another Mazda coming along later. Andrew does a 53.68, and off the line comes this fearsome Porsche Cayman of Allan Macfarlane. Nice to have four Caymans competing here today. I believe these guys competing for the New Barn Championship, I think they're only running today. So we won't be seeing them here tomorrow as far as I know. Here's the Cayman. Now, can Allan get the Cayman under 50? No, he can't. It'll be a 52 or so. 52.72. Now here's this lovely Lotus Elan, the only Elan we've got here today, but it's a great one. There's a very rare number plate, the A at the end. That was just for 1 year, I think, 1983. But the Elan was a great success for Lotus. The Elite, which preceded it, was complex to make and expensive to make and pretty unreliable, but the Elan with its backbone frame and its Ford twin cam engine was a huge success. And it's great to see Lotus now well financed by Geely Corporation, spending a lot of money on new models, exotic electric super hypercar, and then the new Elmira looking absolutely lovely with its Toyota engine in the back. Another Mazda MX-5 in the hands of Noah War. David Rose in the Elan has finished with a 55.25. This is Noah War in his early but elegant MX-5 with a nicely fitted hood. And here's the other member of the Wilamowski family in his E30 BMW. So it's a good battle between those two. Off the line you'll see in a second Chris D in his Cooper S. We're watching Ben in the BMW. Cute little Cooper S, great fun. And a brilliant introduction to hill climbing. Richard Durant in his green MX-5 follows on our reg. What was that, about 1970s? No. 1980 something. The first MX-5s came to this country, I think, in '89. Chris D in his Cooper S has finished with a 54.21. Richard Durant well on his way in his MX-5. Here he is in the S's with his twinkly LED lights at the front. And Kenneth Williamson in another Cooper S follows on. What can Richard Durrant do in the MX-5? He can do a 61.64. We'll soon see David Roberts in the MGZR. Nice to see a couple of these cars here today. Not many left in good condition. This one's lovely. .62.03 for Ken Williamson in the Cooper S. Off the line, Sarah Davis sharing the Ford Fiesta ST2 with Colin Davis. Meanwhile, here she is, and meanwhile the MGZR is through the S's and up on its way to semicircle, and the good news is that we've got some Ferraris coming. Ken Williamson, 62.03. David Roberts, here he is in the S's at, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That slightly overcooked it, but luckily John Kennedy has not stained the beautiful flanks of the Ferrari California. Oh, no, that's a previous replay. That's, I think. No, heart back where it belongs, not in the mouth. It wasn't somebody going on again at Pardon. And luckily, John Kennedy managed to rescue the sliding California before it hit the Pacific Ocean. So we might get a replay of that. It was quite a moment. His little heart will have been going pitter-patter. In the meantime, John Shirley takes off in the 355. Cutting the grass at Torres is John Shirley. Off the line comes John Swift in the XE and right 355 Berlinetta. Here's John. 355 was a huge improvement on the 348 and introduced 5-valve cylinder heads, I think, to Ferrari, and they rev like crazy. I think the red line is at 8,000 revs or something. John Swift is followed by Pauline Goodwin. We'll see her in a second or two in her Ferrari 328. I think the 328, which is this one, they all had steel bodies. The 308, when it came out before this, the first 100 or so had fiberglass bodies, and then Ferrari decided it was more sensible to and maybe quicker to produce them with steel bodies. We have a time for John Swift of 61.6. Quickest Ferrari so far at the moment is John Shirley's 52.7. That's a good time. And 284 is Brian Jackson. That's a 308 GTB. Now that might have a fiberglass body, I'm not sure. I'll have to get the marshals on the start line to knock it with their knuckles, but it's too late, it's gone. Pauline, 58.76. 58.76. Peter Rogerson in the 360 Modena. Great that we've got a Grand Prix in Italy this weekend. Please don't tell me who won the sprint race. But in the meantime, Brian Jackson into the S's. Peter Rogerson has finished with a 64.06. And this on the screen is Steve Nunney in the 348. Nice car, but when it first was launched and tested in this country, it was criticised for very wayward handling, but it was easily fixed. I think they came out with a suspension modification, or a lot of people fitted the 355 suspension, which really sorted it out. Now, David Snelson, champion last year, really rapid in his 430. Can he get it into the 40s? Time for Steve Nunney, 68.82, 68.82 in the 308. Let's watch David Snelson through semicircle. No, not quite, nearly in the 40s, but a 50.43 by some margin. I think the quickest Ferrari, certainly so far, but we've got Steve Thompson in the much newer 488 GTB. Interesting brake lights flashing as he puts the brakes on into Ettores. But Ferrari are now gone hybrid, of course. And Steve, 51.24. 51.24. What can Mark Whibley do? I think he'll have a job beating David Snelson's 50.43. The last of our Ferraris is Mark Whibley in the 360 Spider. Spider means soft top. What it has to do with spiders, I don't know. But all Italian soft top cars are called spiders. It might be they really mean speeder, but I'm not sure. 56.72 for Mark brings us four-wheel traffic to a close today, and what we now have is the top 10 runoff of the motorcycles, and we're kicked off by Robert Mercer in the amazing Triumph 675, so presumably he qualified in 10th place in the class runs. Nice bike, interesting. Don't know what that's, a sort of cover over the pillion, maybe for aerodynamic purposes, but certainly to put the number on. Next up will be Mike Tilley. He was quick in this little Honda 280. And he'll be followed by David Peat on the 800cc KTM. Here's Mike Tilley whistling the little Honda round Ettores. Rob Mercer has finished on the Triumph with a 51.4. That's a good time. David Peat, very rapid, first 64 feet of 2.06 and 61 miles an hour under the bridge. Here's David. Then we get to see Simon and Jane again, which is great. We've got a time for Mike Tilley of 50.98. Can David Peat get in the 49s? We shall see very shortly. He's just emerging from the S's. Off the line go Simon and Jane. Jane really hanging out round Orchard to keep her wheel on the ground, then heaves herself over to behind Simon. She's the star of the show as far as I'm concerned. Talk about courage. We have a time for David Peat of 52.5. 52.5. On the line is Allan Jolly. He's quick. We shall see. Simon using every inch of the road out of the S's. Nice tight line round semicircle. Their time 51.48. Good time. Excellent. Now, what can Allan Jolly do? Oh, he's been sent back. He's been ticked off by the clerk of the course. This isn't Allan Jolly, this is Stu Mills on the road going KTM. Still quick 62 under the bridge and a good start 2.2, so this will be a rapid climb. Especially when you consider that it's basically a road bike rather than a specific sprint hill climb bike. Really rapidly around Parton. He's got a 1300 engine, so there's plenty of grunt there, but it still takes some weaving round the bends at Prescott. So Allan Jolly is now on his way. There. And Stu Mills into the 40s with a 49.9. Excellent. Now, what can Allan Jolly do? Very experienced. And Guy Ursel follows on round at Tories, but let's keep an eye on the clock for Allan. 51.1. 51.1. So I think that nudges him into third place in this runoff. Here's Guy Ursel. Time to beat 49.9. 49.9. We've got two more runners. We've got Paul Jeffrey and we've got Jamie Mitchell as well. Now then. Guy Ursel, 49.02, quickest. Tommy Hodges. I think is taking it fairly gently, but I might be wrong. Here's Paul Jeffrey, a penultimate rider today. Let's keep an eye on Tommy. Yeah, he was cruising for not getting a bruising. 67.59. Just doing it for the fun of a third runoff run. Now then, Paul Jeffrey, though, he's facing a 49.02 to nudge into top spot, and he's followed by Jamie Mitchell. The clock is ticking. Yes, 48.46. Well done. Well done, Paul Jeffrey. Can Jamie Mitchell knock him off the top step of the podium? Takes as straight a line as possible through the S's and every inch of the track coming out. Foot down round semicircle. Going really quickly. 48.37. Yes. By a tenth of a second, Jamie Mitchell takes top honours in the motorcycle runoff, which is a good note on which to finish what's been an interesting, quite long day. But our thanks go to all our organisers, particularly in the office, Gemma and her gang, our team on the start line, our start line marshals, Tim Mulvane's gang. We've got our timekeepers and our course controllers, and of course a big thanks to Rich Danby and Eleanor for setting up the live stream, and for Steve on camera, both I think at Ettores and doing interviews this morning. Thanks for watching if you're here. Thanks for watching if you're online. We'll be back online again tomorrow morning, I think at about 10:30. So let's keep our fingers crossed for a nice, pleasant, dry day. And I think the track will be a bit quicker today than yesterday. It's had plenty of rubber on it. So thanks for watching. We'll talk again tomorrow. Good night. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.